Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends, and happy, what day is it? It's Friday. Happy Friday, everyone. Court feed is up. They're not there yet. We're supposed to start at 9. We'll see what happens. How's everybody doing today? Buckle up, buttercups. What do you think we have in store today for us? I don't know what's going to happen today, but somebody sent me something super cool. So I want to show it to you before we get started, because this was the highlight of my morning so far. Let's see what'll happen next, but this is very exciting. So let me find it. Hold on a second. All right, hang tight. I made the baby AI. I mean, I didn't make it myself, but I am featured in the baby AI video, and I'm so excited. This is so exciting. It's like the most exciting role I've ever had. Check this out. Is there a way for me to make this bigger? I don't know how TikTok works on desktop, but shout out to Karen, retrial.ai for this video, and I'm so thrilled to be part of it. This is very exciting. If you haven't seen this yet, a couple of you sent it to me, so you might have already seen it. Watch.
In Dedham, Massachusetts for the retrial of Karen Reed.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back in to another episode of The Lawyer You Know.
Huge win this morning coming out of Dedham, where Judge Cannoni had to tuck her tail and say, oops.
A TikTok called Karen Retrial. That's me. AI. If you haven't seen this, it's wild.
Once again, we have a Commonwealth witness who's being real dodgy and cute with their answers when they know good and well what they mean.
Injuries did not come from being struck. Has Ms. Reed suffered any prejudice?
Another lie was caught on the stand today in the Karen Reed trial.
Alan Jackson with an all-time moment.
I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
Your Honor, Ms. Reed, as the court knows, is on trial for her life.
I've been unable to reach a unanimous verdict signed by your foreperson.
So how does a cover-up happen? Sit on the girl.
Everybody in this country who thinks this case does not impact them, you need to think again.
Oh, and I love that so much. I love it so much because she or he, whoever the creator is, used the real voices, which I love. I thought that was so fun. So I thought I would share it with you guys. Isn't that so cute? I love the babies. There are videos of like moms who have like quintuplets, and they have all the babies like laying on the bed, and they just have like videos of babies laughing. I could watch that all day long. I could watch videos of babies laughing all day long. So thank you to everyone who sent it to me. It's so adorbs, isn't it? It's so cute. Oh, you did too? You sent it to me too? Thank you to everyone who did. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty super awesome and flattering, and I love it. Bear, thanks for becoming a new member. And On Top is here with an On Top super sticker. As always, what day are we on today, you guys? Is it day 17 already? I can't keep them straight. My pad yesterday was all fakakta. I had written day 15. It was really day 16. Today's day 17. Chloe Albert's Revenge. OMG, the subscribers only mode for change. I'm locked out again. I thought it was 24 hours. What is it today? Do you need it to be 24 hours? Hang on. I'll switch it back to 24. We had a lot of issues yesterday with that, so just hold on one second. Also, YouTube changed its ad format, and apparently people were getting bombarded with ads yesterday on replay, and I don't know how to fix it. That was something that YouTube did like sua sponte, let's just say, and it has nothing to do with the creators, and there were a lot of ads apparently on replay yesterday. Most people who watch, I think, have premium, and so it doesn't affect you at all. But there are some people, okay, I set it back to 24. A lot of people were complaining yesterday. It's always the complaining people that are like the loudest, I feel like. And you could get like 100 super nice, really kind comments or emails, let's say, that because I get maybe there's 400 nice comments and just one really nasty one. And it's like, how hard is your life, or how like mean of a person are you that you just want to stop and say something like super mean to a person that you don't even know? I don't get it. Google owns YouTube. That's who owns YouTube. All right, so you should be good now. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Mirka, thanks for becoming a new member. Oh, thanks, plant lady. You're like really pretty. Just like, oh, that's so sweet of you. Because I woke up to a really nasty email this morning. And it's funny because the men who write really nasty emails use their real names. And the women usually use fake names. So that's funny. Thank you. I mean, that's a very kind comment. Thank you so very much. Smooth as butter. Smooth as butter. Smooth, but you're like smooth and you're from Arizona. And maybe you're very zen because it's like Buddha. Got my sister to watch you. Shout out to Phoebe. Thanks, Phoebe. Hi, Phoebe. Shout out to Phoebe. Heather, thank you so very much for your very sweet compliment. I appreciate you so much. Beth Helen, thank you for becoming a member. Good morning, Big Hoss. And Big Hoss is Mrs. Big Hoss. If Mrs. Big Hoss is with you today. Stacy, thank you. Look at Julie gifting 5 memberships so early in the morning. You are so sweet and kind and generous, and I appreciate you. I should do like a show one day where I just read all the nasty emails I get, because you guys wouldn't believe the kind of things that people send me. It's insane. S. Kelly, thanks for becoming a new. And look at Midnight Mike giving like 10 memberships already this morning. You're so kind and generous. That's a Natalie Merchant song, one of my favorites, and it's appropriate. Midnight Mike, thank you. Michelle, thank you for your super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Aaron Brock, like Aaron Brockovich. Good morning. Here from Seattle. Appreciates me so much. See, you guys are so nice. Like the nice overwhelms the nasty, but the nasty just sticks out like a sore thumb, and it's sad. It's so sad that there are people like that out there, but I guess they just must be really just unhappy in their own lives, right? Thank you so much for your 20. Red Solo Couple, we have a mistrial today. If we do, I'm guessing Judge Bev makes the decision so she can by rights deny it. If she does deny it, are there any grounds to show her as being biased in? Well, I don't know what just happened with the court TV camera. Well, let's hope we get a feed. The defense would not want a mistrial unless it was a mistrial with prejudice, meaning, they don't get to refile charges against her because, as you know, Massachusetts doesn't really seem to think that double jeopardy is a thing. And so to start this trial all over again without without prejudice would not be a good thing. And I don't think anybody would want that. Could she just outright dismiss the case? She could. We saw that in New Mexico in the Allen Baldwin trial when the judge dismissed the case like outright and just sent Alec Baldwin home. And she was like, right, that's one Brady violation too many. Special prosecutor, you do not get to decide what is relevant and evidentiary. You need to turn over everything. And you didn't. So, Mr. Baldwin, you're free to go home. I don't think that that's what's going to happen today, but oh wait, let's ask the crystal ball. Hold on. We have the magic 8 ball. Magic 8 ball. Will Judge Cannoni come to her senses today. What does it say? Hold on. I need a flashlight. I can't read it. Reply hazy. Try again. See, even the magic 8-ball doesn't know what the judge is going to do. Was everyone outraged? Did you guys go over and watch a lot of other creators? I did see some of Mark Betterow on Defense Diaries. That was great. He was outraged. He had been rage texting me all day. Not happy about it. And so, yeah, there are a lot of grounds that are, in my opinion, are reversible on appeal. But again, an appeal would only come into play if there's a conviction, and I just don't see a conviction here. So I try not to deal in hypotheticals, but I do think there are a lot of grounds for reversible error on appeal if there is a conviction. But I just don't see a conviction. So I guess we're just going to sit here and see what fresh hell awaits us today. Me and PS out in the snow. And I think you just changed your name to that because you like to hear me say it, which I'll allow. 100% I'll allow it. Thank you for gifting a membership. You're awesome. Yeah, Betterow was fired up. He was more fired up than usual, which is so cool to see because he's usually, like my voice of reason when I think that I'm going to jump off the cliff. He's usually the one to like pull me back, but he shares my outrage, but just in a more calm way. Aaron Brock, thank you. I already addressed you on this, but thank you so very much. And Coco, thank you for your super sticker. Good morning. And What the Duck gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. A lot of new members today. If you're a new member, welcome. YouTube randomly chooses you. I don't get to choose you myself, although I would if I could. Enjoy the new special emojis from members, including how dare you and the baby binky for baby binky Brennan because he's acting like a baby. Purple Ivy is excited today. Blessed by Alessi wants Betterow merch. That's hilarious. Yeah, he's not really into the whole, like, he's never going to have a YouTube channel. He's not into it. He just likes to go on other people's shows. And he also doesn't like people, paying him to answer questions. He's not into that kind of thing. So he has he works full time. I'm retired. Somebody else wrote me an email. I was like, they said, how do you find the time to be on YouTube all day long if you're a lawyer? And I said, well, luckily I had a very long and successful career and the ability to retire. And now I'm doing this and I'm loving every minute of it. So there's your answer.
Thank you. So I need to see counsel at sidebar, please.
Oh, I wonder what's going to happen. She needs to see him at sidebar, just like every single day. So the jury's not there. God save us from the Commonwealth. Magnolia Gypsy, happy Friday to you too. Love a good Friday. It's been a long week, huh? Can you imagine what it's like for Karen Reed and her family? If us sitting here yelling together is a long week, imagine what it's like sitting there every single day, having to control your facial expressions, having to not have your head pop off in public, having to not be able to scream. Proctor's dishonorable discharge says, lost with y'all. Oh, Chaka's here. Chaka's here. Love you with all of my heart. Good morning, South of History. How are you this beautiful day? I'm sorry. It's actually not beautiful here. It's going to thunderstorm, but I love the sound of rain, so I'm cool with it. It's the humidity that doesn't like me or my hair. So good morning to you, sweetheart. Hi, Kale. You the best. Thank you so much. I love you with all of my heart, too. Lindsay, thank you. Seth, welcome to membership. Mason, question. Why don't the lawyers point out to Bev that if the Commonwealth has to move the goalpost, then why are they even prosecuting this case? Isn't that the most basic right of a defendant? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And you know that there is so much going on here, Mason, that we don't get to hear or see, like every single thing that happens sidebar. And so it's not as transparent as we would like it to be. And I am sure that the defense team is on top of preserving all of her rights for an appeal, and they're putting everything on the record in the event that, God forbid. Hello, Kelly Reed. You look beautiful today. It's Kelly in the back row there. I was going to say in the back seat because I haven't had enough coffee yet. Hold on. But you know that my favorite matcha latte at Starbucks is the lavender cold foam matcha latte. And I heard that they're taking it away, but Never fear, because you too can go on YouTube and find out how to make your own cold foam. And it's so easy. And I got some lavender syrup, and so I'll never be without. I'll never be without. Mason, so that's the answer, Mason. They have been pointing it out repeatedly. And we heard Alessi say a lot of that yesterday. And the problem is she keeps cutting him off. She keeps cutting him off. She doesn't let him finish. Can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi? And for them to be able to change their timeline mid-trial would be so prejudicial. I mean, there are no words to explain how wrong that would be. So egregious. I thought that was Brian Higgins for a second sitting in the back row. Do a double take. What? It's not. It's not. That would be crazy. If he just showed up one day sitting behind Mrs. O'Keefe, right? Oh my God. It's just basic, defendant has the right to a fair trial. So many witnesses have already testified. So many witnesses have already been cross-examined on this timeline that they said was their new timeline based on this new chip-off information, which we still don't know what it is. So it would be ridiculous, absolutely insane. I'm just going to try and not curse a lot and have my head pop off, but I cannot explain to you how damaging that would be. She can't allow it. I don't think it would ever happen. And yet we're here in the land of the upside down, inside out Narnia Hunger Games of a trial for the second time in Land of the Lost, Norfolk County. For those of you Gen Xers who may remember Land of the Lost, Chaka is our new mascot for this trial. He's in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, and he may give you nightmares, but he's friendly. Was Chaka a he or a she in Land of the Lost? I don't even recall. Thank you, Mason. They have been pointing it out, and it just seems to be so obvious that they shouldn't have to point it out. And yet this judge didn't even remember yesterday that Shannon Burgess and Judson Welcher did not testify at the first trial. The Commonwealth did not have an expert witness, a hired gun expert witness in their case in chief. They had Trooper Paul, and he's the one who explained their theory, which included a smack on the arm by a taillight that exploded into 47 pieces, cut his arm. He then pirouetted and was projected 30 feet onto the lawn with no injuries below the neck, except for that little tiny mark to the outside of his knee, which somebody yesterday actually was arguing. One of the Twidiots was actually arguing that the mark on the outside, I think it was on the outside of his, I forget which knee right now, I think it was the right knee, indicates a side swipe by a vehicle. I mean, you can't even make it up. You can't even make it up. Thank you, Hank Brennan's Binky, for gifting a membership. And Kelly Applegate is here. Good morning, fellow cupcakes. My first ever super chat to me. Oh, thank you so much. And on a Friday, no less. I appreciate you so much for the playlist Alcohol by Bare Naked Ladies. I think it's on there because, I'm a big Bare Naked Ladies fan. And I think we put it on there last year, but I will double check. Thank you so very much. For those of you who are new or don't know, we have a Spotify playlist for the Karen Retrial. And it is linked below in the show notes below this video. And you too can download it on Spotify and listen to it. It's something like over 125 songs, and maybe we're up to 10 hours of music. And for those of you who love Paris Ray and the Crush, their new album dropped last night at midnight. You can get that on Spotify as well. Maybe we'll play some later when we have a break. It's pretty awesome. And I would love to help them get to, a lot of streams this week, to be one of the best streaming albums this week on Spotify. So I know you guys love Paris and the Crush as much as I do, even though I'm a little biased, but at least I admit my bias, unlike this judge. So there's that. Thank you, Kelly Applegate. Beetlejuice Brennan is here from Australia. Thank you, sweetheart, for your super sticker. I love your profile picture so much. I'm a hat girl too, and I love hats, and I love your hat. BG, David B. from Channel 5 Boston reported the prosecution and defense were looking for a delay in the trial. Any truth to this? He said it happened after the jury was dismissed yesterday. Yes. So I did the timestamps on yesterday's video. It took me a long time because it was so long yesterday, and I like to be real detailed in my show notes and my timestamps for you. So if you go back to yesterday's video, it's after the jury's dismissed. I have, the arguments and who was arguing what. Brennan got up and said that he needs a delay in the trial because the ARCA witnesses who did give their not their amended report, it's really a supplemental report based on what Hank Brennan's experts said. And that's the whole idea of a battle of the experts, is that the defense's experts come in to counter everything that the prosecution's experts are going to say. And so the defense had a deadline to get the supplemental ARCA report to Hank Brennan. They gave it to him on time, but he's saying it's gigabytes and gigabytes of information. And his expert is on vacation until Sunday, and he was going to try and prep him over the weekend, but he can't. So he needs time. Well, the first thing he wanted was just to have ARCA's supplemental report excluded altogether. And then he said, or I need time, like a continuance. And I don't know what she's going to do, but we know that you can't just put a jury on ice. And then he said, if he wasn't going to be able to get a continuance or some extra time, or to have the supplemental report of ARCA excluded because the judge has already said they could submit a supplemental report, he wanted to be able to call his experts in, have them testify as to what they've already done the reports on, because he says now they're going to have to do more testing and stuff and experiments and whatever, maybe involving a chest freezer. Was that crazy yesterday when he said, was there any indication to you that John O'Keefe's body had been put in a freezer? What was he talking about? That was like something out of Goodfellas. It was insane. He said, so how about this? How about, Shannon Burgess comes in and testify to the stuff he's already done reports on, and then ARCA can testify, and then I can bring Shannon Burgess back. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. You see, the prosecution is supposed to be able to, on the first try, prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what our system is based on. That is the rule of law that we have here. And I'm a big constitutionalist, and I'm a big procedural person, and my opinion on the case shifts with each case that sometimes I'm for the defense, sometimes I'm for the prosecution. I am an opinionated channel. I'm straight up about that. I'm not a neutral channel. So some people, if you're upset by the way that I run my channel, you're free. You don't have to, it's not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure or anything else or tell us where you're going. But I'm not going to sit here and not have opinions. I mean, I think you come to me for my opinions. And so I like to yell about them. The prosecution is supposed to be able to try their case and prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt in their case in chief. And if you can't do that, then you've got no business being here. You've got no business prosecuting or persecuting a woman on bogus charges when there's no evidence that John O'Keefe was hit by a car, except for some random taillight pieces that just started revealing themselves all of a sudden after the alleged murder weapon was in law enforcement custody. And we saw that ghost in the Sallyport yesterday. And Howie Carr tweeted it out and gave me a shout out twice, and hundreds of thousands of people have seen it and retweeted it. So you guys with the eagle eyes got that done. We slowed it down. We took screenshots. And so that is the T.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Benjamin Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
God save us from the Commonwealth.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? I have one other important instruction for you folks, and it's so important that each and every juror can hear the evidence or the testimony that's presented, can follow the testimony, and can understand and evaluate the testimony of each witness and the exhibits. In order to do that, I just want to be very clear that it's important that people do not comment on the evidence or make any comments. Once you enter the
What
room,
happened?
it's probably a good idea to just listen. Don't talk. Don't make any facial expressions. No muttering under your breath. No audible noises, because people need to hear what's going on and to understand everything. So out of respect for your fellow jurors, I would ask that you be very careful to make sure you don't do that. And out of respect.
I'm going to modulate the volume in a second. Just relax. Just relax. Let's see if somebody can find a mic first. One of the jurors must have been the one who said a-hole under their breath. That's, I think, what she's referring to. So just hang on.
To the lawyers who worked so hard to get this case before. Okay? Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Brennan, your first witness, please.
Or if I could begin by offering a stipulation that's agreed to between the parties.
Okay, can we turn the AC down, please?
Turn the AC down. I'm going to turn my volume down so you can turn yours up.
Thank you.
Okay, that's my volume
Your
down.
Honor, if I may, I'd like to read a stipulation agreement between the Commonwealth and the defense.
Okay.
And the stipulation between the parties is as follows. Now comes the Commonwealth and Karen Reed, the defendant in the above captioned matter. Both parties respectfully stipulate to the following. The two Massachusetts State Police troopers present at the autopsy conducted by the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, on January 31st, 2022, were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson. Former Trooper Michael Proctor was not present.
He wasn't?
And
Yes, thank you.
with that, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce and play clip number 21.
Hold on.
And former Trooper Michael Proctor were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson. Former Trooper Michael
Watson.
Proctor was not present.
Thank
And
Yes, thank you.
All right, is the volume modulated now?
with that, Your
here's
Honor,
my-
I'd like to
Wait, here's my volume.
introduce and play clip number 21.
Court volume.
Oh.
That's my volume. Better? Mods? I don't know who Watson is, but we're missing Sherlock.
Oh, turn the AC off. Hold on one second, please. I just want that.
Okay, thanks. I tried Boston 10. They have the same issue.
Can the jurors hear better with that on?
Okay, this says defendant's interview with ID, docuseries, April 13th, 2024. More clips.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
What does that indicate to you, medical personnel? Dead men don't bleed, right? So perhaps he was still showing signs of life or had not been out there that long. And that was strategic, the way he played that after the medical examiner's testimony, so that the medical examiner couldn't be asked about it. But I'm sure that a defense witness, expert witness, will be asked about it. And so we will see.
The item.
169.
Christopher Darpino is listening from Napa, and he says we're running out of wine because of this trial.
Andre Porto to the stand.
Andre Porto, Crime Lab. I think he's one of my favorite witnesses from the last trial. Is he the one? I'll know him when I see him. If Napa's running out of wine, we got a problem. What's your favorite winery in Napa? I'm a Simi girl myself.
Morning. Hey, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto, last name spelled Porto.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where did you go to school?
I received my undergraduate Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. And then I received a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences at the Boston University School of Medicine.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you worked at the state lab?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
The court reporter's like,
How long have you worked at the state lab, sir?
Since September 2019.
Now, when you joined the lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was hired as a forensic scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury your duties and responsibilities as a forensic scientist 1?
Sure. So a forensic scientist 1 is a trainee position where we're hired and we undergo an extensive training program where we do undergo the analysis process in training casework samples, where we learn how to do the lab work and analyze profiles. And at the end of this training, I took a competency test to make sure that I was able to accurately conduct the DNA analysis process. And once I passed that, I was then put on to do casework. And a year after completing both my competency test and a year after my hire date, I was then promoted to a forensic scientist 2.
And so you're currently a forensic scientist 2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and a forensic scientist 2?
So a forensic scientist 2 is just the automatic promotion that you get after a year of hire and passing the initial competency test. And we're able to do the DNA process in casework samples.
Now, so what type of analysis do you currently do at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I can do the DNA analysis process in casework and no samples. That includes the lab work as well as analyzing the DNA profiles that are generated from the work.
Now, first, just in general terms, but specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So there's 4 steps in the analysis process. The first step is extraction, where we apply heat and chemicals to the samples to break open the cells and release that DNA to be available for use. Step 2 is called quantitation, where we take a small sample of that extracted DNA to estimate, and we use chemicals and run it through an instrument to estimate how much DNA we extracted. And then we proceed to step 3, which is called amplification. And that's basically, think of it as a molecular photocopier, where we target specific areas of the DNA to make millions of copies of it. And then we run it through, go to detection, where we run it through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on a computer.
Now, is the state lab where you work accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by an organization called ANAB, which stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board, and ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
I need you to slow down, please. Please.
Sorry.
The court reporting system they have in Massachusetts is called FTR. And so when you see the court reporter sitting next to him, she's got what looks like an athletic cup over her face. In fact, Nancy's was white and it really looked like an athletic cup. We miss Nancy, Madam Court Reporter from Trial 1. But they have to speak into this machine and they have to repeat everything that the witnesses say, which is different. In New York, we have traditional stenographers who type into a machine. And so regardless, one person can only speak at a time so she can get everything down. And if he's speaking too fast, she can't get it all down.
Now, Mr. Porto, are there steps taken in your lab during that process that you were just explaining to prevent against contamination?
Yes, there are.
And can you explain what those are?
Sure. So there are various steps. One step to prevent contamination between analysts would be to bleach and wipe down the workstations before use and after. Another way to prevent DNA transfer from analysts to the samples is to wear personal protective equipment, such as lab coats, gloves, masks, hairnets, and beard guards. And a way to prevent transfer from sample to sample would be to frequently change gloves, as well as only have one sample open at a time.
Now, with your work at the lab, is there a review process that your work undergoes?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that process to the jury?
Sure. So once I complete my work, the file undergoes 2 types of reviews. The first is a technical review where another qualified analyst will take the file and they'll do their own independent assessment and make sure that they come up with the conclusions and that they agree with the conclusions that I reached. And they'll also make sure that all the protocols were followed and every decision is scientifically sound. Once that review is completed, it undergoes an administrative review, where another qualified analyst will then look through the file and they look for clerical errors, such as typos or missing page numbers or missing case numbers. Once those two reviews are completed, the results can then be reported out.
Now, as a part of that accreditation process that you were speaking about a few moments ago, do you undergo anything called proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is a test that's administered.
Wait a second. Now that I remember it, now that I recall, nobody crossed Maureen Hartnett on failing her proficiency test, did they? The year that she did the testing on the Aaron Reed's vehicle evidence, right? I don't think they brought that up. He did testify last trial.
Twice a year by an external vendor. And the results of this test are not known to the analyst at the time. And we basically treat it like it's a real case where it undergoes the analysis process as if it were a real case. And this test is used to show that the analyst is able to demonstrates ongoing competency in the DNA analysis process. And successful completion of the test is required to maintain qualification as an analyst.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Porto, could you explain to the jury what exactly is DNA?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's basically the building block that makes us who we are. We each have two copies of our DNA, one that we inherit from mom and one that we inherit from dad. And that this combination makes sure that, barring with the exception of identical twins, we all have different DNA.
And is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes. So what that means is if I were to take a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, the same DNA profile will be generated.
Now, you spoke a bit earlier about the different steps included in the DNA testing. If you could, just a little bit slower, go through each of those 4 steps again for the jury.
Sure. So like I said, it's a 4-step process. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection. So extraction, we use chemicals and heat to burst open the cells to make that DNA available for use. Quantitation, step 2, we take a small sample of that extracted DNA. We use a different set of chemicals and an instrument to estimate how much DNA is available for use. Amplification is the 3rd step, which I mentioned is the basically molecular photocopier, where it makes millions of copies of specific areas of the DNA. And then the 4th and last step is detection, where we run those amplified copies through an instrument and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on the computer.
Now, Mr. Porto, what is STR?
So STR stands for short tandem repeats, and they're the locations that we're making the millions of copies of.
Now, in your work at the lab, do you have something that's referred to as a known item?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a known item is?
Sure. So a known item is an item that's taken directly from a person to be used as a reference sample, so we know what the source of that profile is.
And conversely, what is a questioned item?
A questioned item is an item that's taken, let's say, from a crime scene where we don't know what the source is.
Now, do you also have terminology within your lab as far as a parent versus a child item?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain how those labels are and how they reference to what you do in your work?
Sure. So a parent item is, for example, the original item, and the child is a sample of that item. So for example, this box of tissues would be the parent item, and if you were to swab the outside, the swab would be the child item. So the box of tissues would receive, let's say, an item of 1-1. The swabbing of the outside would receive an item of 1-1.1.
It's like the waffles
now,
and the
what are
pancake
positive
and
and negative
pizza.
controls?
Yeah, so a positive control is a control that has it's a known sample with a known DNA profile that we use in every step of the DNA analysis process to make sure that each step and instrument worked as expected and properly. And then a negative control is A control is a sample that has no DNA in it. It only receives the chemicals that we use. And that's to ensure that the chemicals that we're using don't have any DNA inherent to them.
Now, when you as an analyst or forensic scientist too are assigned work within the DNA unit, where do you retrieve that evidence from?
Yeah, so I retrieve it from a locked cold room that's only accessible via keycard.
Now, why are items kept in cold storage?
Yeah, the cold storage helps preserve the DNA for long-term storage.
And as far as the heat versus the cold, why is it that it's specifically kept, or why does the coldness of the storage room help preserve the item?
The cold can help prevent, let's say, growth of bacteria and mold that can degrade DNA.
And what does heat do conversely in reference to an item of forensic value?
Heat can help degrade DNA, and also promotes bacterial and mold growth that can further degrade that DNA.
Now, when you receive an item from the cold storage, how is that item typically packaged when you retrieve it from there?
Sure. So the item comes in these plastic, clear, transparent plastic sealed containers that has a label with a case number on it. And inside of that, each sample is within like a small plastic tube that has a label with a case number and item number.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And what type of work in general terms were you assigned to do in this case?
I was assigned to do the DNA analysis process.
And that was on several items, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you explain to the jury the sort of the process that you used to analyze evidence in this case?
Sure. So the case underwent the 4 steps that I explained before. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection.
Okay, in case you're not looking at your screen, I can't stop laughing. But Olaf, the Russian metalhead, says, question, doesn't this witness look like Bob Ross's grandson? And he really kind of does. Thank you for making me laugh today. Keep me laughing, please. I need it. Thank you.
And there was a known standard that was done in this case, specifically in item number 8-1.1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from that item 8-1.1.1?
Correct.
And how is that done?
Yeah, so that undergoes the same process that I explained. It'll go through the 4 steps: extraction, quantitation, amplification, detection. And then the analysts that did the interpretation and reported that out, the known standard out, they went through the profile to make sure that it's one person or single source. And once that went through the review process that I explained, so technical and administrative review, and once that was all completed, the standard was available to be used for comparisons.
And to whom was that known standard identified as belonging to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, you used the word in there as far as a single source. Can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training and experience?
Sure. So a single source is just a DNA profile that has one contributor to it. So only one person contributed DNA to that profile.
What exactly is a DNA profile?
Yeah, so a DNA profile is basically the combination of all of the locations that we amplified during the 3rd step of the process. And it's basically, you can think of it as like a chart, like an EKG, where it has peaks and valleys, and each peak has a specific number. And the DNA profile is just a combination of all those numbers put together.
Now, can you explain to the jury in general terms, to start with, the process of comparison between a known standard and a questioned or unknown standard?
Sure. So first, I did the analysis on the question items. I did the 4 steps. I analyzed the profiles that were generated. I then interpreted, make sure that I could determine the number of contributors. And once that was completed, I then used the standard that was available to and compared them to all the profiles that were suitable for comparison.
Now, sir, starting with item 3-1.1, what was that a sample from?
That was a sample from taillight passenger.
Okay,
And
I need
from
to
a
correct the
specific
record.
vehicle, is that correct?
I need to correct the record. This is not who I thought it was. So when I said it, I think he's one of my favorite witnesses from the first trial. This is not who I thought it was. The guy who was one of my favorite witnesses was the guy who came in about the blood alcohol extrapolation and said, yeah, if they didn't tell us like the time of her last drink and, you know, all of the other information that we need, this is totally not accurate. Does anybody remember his name? Because I hope he's coming back.
Correct.
And what, if any, information were you given as to that vehicle that the swab from the taillight was from?
Do you mean like the license plate?
Yes.
Could I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so he tested the DNA.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this is a little detail as far as the testimony
I
goes.
don't have
May-
a problem. Does the defense object?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the license plate was 3G6-684. Right, I'm sorry, 3GC684.
Now, with reference to the swab from the taillight, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the sample, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least, so sorry.
The court reporter touched him on the shoulder. He's
so
nervous.
the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
3 contributors.
And the DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, what does that mean?
So an inclusion is basically when I look at the question DNA profile that was generated, and I compare it to the known DNA profile. And if the characteristics of the known profile are consistent with the characteristics observed in the question DNA profile, that's an inclusion.
And that's an inclusion, and you did that very well. Can you explain to us what collusion is? Collusion? Can you define collusion for us? Thank you.
As far as that number, 510 non-alien, how many zeros in that number?
So a non-alien is a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, that profile, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe's profile, also had 2 unknown contributors, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that item also submitted to an outside vendor named Bodhi Technologies for further analysis?
Correct.
And with reference to your comparative analysis from the profile from this item to Mr. O'Keefe profile, if you could again just expound upon what does inclusion mean?
Yeah, so an inclusion, I compared the known.
I'll allow it. He looks like a thinner version of the guy from Severance. What's that character's name? Tell me his name. Praise Cure.
Standard that I had available for use from John O'Keefe to the DNA profile generated from the taillight, and the DNA profile was, if that was consistent with the DNA profile that I observed in the questioned item, and that's what an inclusion means.
Now, regarding item 3-6, what is the description of that item?
Yeah, so 3-6 is a root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
And is that the same vehicle as far as the taillight sample?
Correct.
Now, with respect to hair in general, there's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And what limitations does your lab have with regard to DNA testing of hair?
So when we test hair, we're actually, the root end of the hair, we're looking at any potential skin cells that might be attached to the root end. So that's where the DNA that we're looking for is coming from. And if there's not too many, yeah.
Are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as autosomal DNA?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is DNA that's located in the nucleus of the cell, and that's the DNA that we inherit from both mom and dad.
Now, are you also familiar, based on your training experience, with a term known as mitochondrial DNA?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of the term mitochondrial DNA is?
Yeah, so mitochondrial DNA is DNA that's found in the mitochondria of a cell, and we inherit that from the mother.
It may be somewhat evident, but could you please explain to the jury sort of the difference between autosomal DNA on the one hand and mitochondrial DNA on the other?
Yeah, so
nothing is evident in this trial, Mr. Lally. I'm glad to see you today, actually, though. Makes my Friday, Adam. Nothing's evident, and there actually is also no evidence here. So I did there a little play on words. Got to make this a little more interesting. It's very boring. So the DNA on the outside of the taillight had some of John's DNA and 2 unknown contributors. Now let's talk about the hair, because originally, those of us who have been following this trial for a long time, originally they said it wasn't even a human hair, but then they sent it off to the really expensive lab called Bodhi Technologies, BODE Technologies, and let's see what they were able to find. whether this hair even had a root on it. And regardless, none of this stuff even matters. Doesn't matter. His hair would have been all over the inside of her car and the outside of her car because he lived with her. And law enforcement officers touch taillights on the regular as custom and habit. And he may have washed her car. Who knows? He wiped off the snow. He probably wiped off the snow from the taillights when they came out of the waterfall that night because, safety first. I'm sure he wasn't wearing gloves because he wasn't wearing a jacket. So none of this really matters at all. Keep making jokes. I'll allow it.
I said the autosomal DNA is the one that we have 2 copies of, where we inherit one from mom and one from dad. And then the mitochondrial DNA is a circular DNA that we just inherit from mom.
Now, is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab equipped to perform mitochondrial DNA testing?
No, we're not.
Now, was the DNA extract from the hair also sent to that external vendor, Bodie Technologies in Lorton, Virginia?
I'm not sure if the extract was sent, but I know that the shaft of the hair was sent to Bodie.
Now, what testing did you perform on the hair?
I did the regular DNA analysis process on the root end of the hair.
And that was done prior to it being shipped to that external vendor, is that correct?
Correct.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from the testing that you did on the hair?
Yeah, so there was no human DNA detected and STR analysis was not performed.
There was no human DNA detected on the hair. See, his testing showed there was no human DNA detected on the hair. Let's listen to that again. Because who knows if the hair got mixed up when it got sent to Bodie Labs. It took them a hell of a long time to test this hair, by the way. Listen to that again.
That external vendor, Bodie Technologies in Lorton, Virginia.
I'm not sure if the extract was sent, but I know that the shaft of the hair was sent to Bodie.
Now, what testing did you perform on the hair?
I did the regular DNA analysis process on the root end of the hair.
And that was done prior to it being shipped to that external vendor, is that correct?
Correct.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from the testing that you did on the hair?
Yeah, so there was no human DNA detected and STR analysis was not performed.
No human DNA.
Now, what does that mean, sir?
Yeah, so it means that I didn't detect any human DNA. So there might be DNA on there, but it was below what our instrumentation could detect.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-2.1.1, what is the description related to that item, sir?
It's a sample from the exterior of broken drinking glass.
And is there any further indication as far as the broken drinking glass, as far as where it was recovered?
Oh, yeah, 34 Fairview Road.
Inside, outside?
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the drinking glass?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 530 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This supports an inclusion.
This is the last time I'll ask you this, but just...
Okay, so the broken cocktail glass that they found outside with their leaf blower, Gallagher, whoever was with him, Good, I think Sergeant Good shot home to get the leaf blower in his garage, shot back, no big whoop. On that glass, 3 sources of DNA. One of them was John O'Keefe's. Who were the 2 other ones? Could it have been one of the people who, if he was put outside, threw the glass out there with him? Because, if it comes in with him, it's got to go out with him, right? They didn't put him in a freezer. Nobody put him in a freezer. Again, 3 contributors of DNA on that cocktail glass.
Just if you could reiterate to the jury, what does an inclusion mean?
Yep, so an inclusion is when I compared the known standard to the question item, and if the profile in the known standard is consistent with the profile in the question profile, that's an inclusion.
And that number again, as far as 530 non-alien, how many zeros again in that number?
That's a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to another item, 7-1.2.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And is there any further indication as to whom those genes belong to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, were you also able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from the question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude with reference to that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Okay, that's wonderful.
So
And I
that's
love your work, Mr. Porto. Was it a blood stain? Did it test positive for blood? Are you saying that there were 3 contributors to the blood stain on John O'Keefe's right pant leg on the upper right side? So it was, some of it was John O'Keefe's blood and some of it was 2 other unknown individuals' blood? I need to know more about what the stain was. Okay? You're going to hear a lot of this, a lot of unknown contributors to this DNA, but look the other way, my friends. Just look the other way. Don't test the blood samples from the snow either.
Turning your attention to item 7-1.3.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain B on upper right leg of jeans.
And same genes as the previous item?
Yes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, stain B on the upper right leg of the jeans of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yep, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 660 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
But did the 2 unknown contributors for the other stain on the upper right leg match the other 2 unknown contributors from the other stain? Nope. Ed Wallace, they never got Higgins and the Albert's DNA to compare to the glass or to the blood stains on the jeans. No, they didn't. Why would they? That would be very invasive, and they would have no reason for a warrant, apparently, in Massachusetts to get their DNA because nobody else was even ever looked at as a suspect. And V says, funny how everything comes in 3s in this case. Yep. Everything comes, Jenny 3 times. I hit him. Called her Jenny 3 times. So again, reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.4.1, and again, these items with the dash and the point, is that what you're referring to earlier as the parent-child relationship between items?
Yes.
And what is the description for 7-1.4.1?
Sample from stain C on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain C on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis of this question item stain C to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 830 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.5.1, what was the description of that?
Sample from stain D on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain D on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
This also
Sir,
provides
did you
support
also
for the fact that there may have been 2 other people involved in the beatdown of John O'Keefe. But we're just going to, scroll right past that, look the other way, pin it on the girl. John's blood. And they're not even saying that they were blood stains. It's not helping. All of this came out in the first trial too, but I guess it wasn't hammered home enough. And I'm so glad that Erin Gates and her mom and her sister have a group chat. So many family group chats here. Tell me if you have a family group chat. And I love that for you. I love it for all of us.
Do some testing on an item 7-1.6.1.
Yes, I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain E on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, stain E, on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides a support for an inclusion.
I used a different number there as far as a decillion. How many zeros is a decillion?
Yeah, a decillion is a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
Now, with each of those items that you just testified about as far as...
Well, I have a question. Were the first responders wearing gloves? I would imagine they were. Remember, it was a nor'easter, it was a blizzard. Weren't they wearing gloves? So I don't think it would have been their DNA. Was it blood? That's what I want to know. Blood DNA? I mean, we saw all of the blood stains down the front of his clothing. There was also vomit found in his boxers.
The jeans, the question items from the stains on Mr. O'Keefe's jeans, those were each located on the right leg, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also perform some analysis on item 7-1.7.1?
I did.
And what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from unstained areas of the exterior of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item from the unstained areas of the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 53 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
So that
and
was
again, sir, with that number, as far as 53 septillion times more likely, how many zeros in a septillion?
A septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to what's listed as number 12 in your report, but item 7-18.4.1. Did you do some testing on that item as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front of Gray's long sleeve shirt.
And the gray long sleeve shirt, is that attributed as belonging to a specific person?
Yes, John O'Keefe.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, specifically sample from stain C on the top front of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that questioned item from the shirt to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 58 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, that number, as far as 58 octillion times more likely, how many zeros in an octillion?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could take you down to...
Okay, so the stain on the front of his hoodie was only from him. Again, the major wound, the massive head wound, was to the back of his head, right? Where did all the blood come from? On the front of his shirt. Where did all that blood come from? Did he have a fractured nose? Did he have a severe nosebleed? And the arm, we know the arm was bleeding. Make it make sense.
Listed as 15 in your report, but did you do some testing on item 7-18.14.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
So sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis with reference to that item, the sample from stain L on the back bottom right of the gray long sleeve shirt, in comparison to the DNA profile from the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also perform
Yep,
some
John
analysis
O'Keefe
on an
plus
item
one.
Numbered 7-18.17.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And similarly, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, the sample from the unstained areas of the exterior of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Did he even say if that was on the front of the shirt or the back of the shirt?
I'm going to group a couple, 4 separate items from your report, starting with what's listed in your report as number 9 is item 7-3.1, correct?
Correct.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain D on right instep of sneaker.
And 11 from your report, you also did some analysis on item 7-18.3.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And
I'm sorry, I
item
want to hear about the sneaker stain.
7.7.
What about the sneaker stain? Is there blood on his sneaker too? Because if he was hit by the car and projected backwards and smashed his head on the frozen rock hard ground and broke his skull, why would there be blood on his sneaker? Oh, that's right, there wouldn't be.
1, do you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain F on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, in this group, item 7-18.8.1, what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain G on back left sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And with respect to each of those last 4 samples from those items, were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to each of those 4?
Profiles were generated from them.
And what did you conclude based on the generation of those profiles with those 4 items?
Yeah, so the profiles that were generated were not suitable for comparison.
And if you could explain briefly to the jury, when you say not suitable for comparison, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so for 7-3.1, it was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. And at the DNA unit, we validated, basically we tested and make sure that our protocols were we can only interpret mixtures of up to 4 contributors. So I determined that there were 5 contributors, so that makes it too complex for us to do comparisons to it. So it's not suitable for comparison for that reason. And the other 3 items, due to the quality of the
So the first one he mentioned was the sneaker, right? That had 5 unknown contributors of DNA on it.
Profile, they were not suitable for comparison. And basically what that means is that there were such low amounts of DNA that was in the sample that there was a lack of information from the profiles themselves, so they weren't really suitable for comparisons.
And just to be clear, the item that you're referring to with the 5 possible contributors, that's a shoe, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention in your report to what...
But was it the shoe that was found at the scene or the shoe that he had on when he went to the hospital? Could we be a little more specific about which shoe it was? Because apparently nobody even marked the envelopes correctly because of that whole big mess, that embarrassment when Buchanan pulled out the right shoe and said, oh, this was found at 34 Fairview. But it was the left shoe the day prior. Then it was the right shoe. And now we don't even know which shoe it is that he tested. And he probably doesn't know either because details are not important over there. Not important at all.
you have listed as number 10. There are a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And starting with item 7-17.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And 7-17.3, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top of front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.4.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.5.1, what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from stain D on front bottom right of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on back left shoulder of orange t-shirt.
And so each of those respectively were samples taken from stains on the orange t-shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now turning your attention to item 7-18.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on right sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.5.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain D on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.9.1, did you generate a profile from that item as well?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H1 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.10.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H2 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.11.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain I.
Does he have the baby shark hairdo today? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's not as shark finish as usual. And it's a choice. It's a choice. Dippity-doo and a shark fin.
On back right shoulder of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.12.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain J on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, with this group search, item 7-18.13.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain K on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And so each of those items beginning with 7-18 were associated with various stains taken from various areas on the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to each of those areas of the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, were you able to generate a DNA profile from those items?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis of each of the DNA profiles from those items to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, again, if you could just remind the jury, when you say single source contributor, what does that mean?
Yeah, so a single source profile is a profile that has one contributor to it. So like one person contributed DNA to that profile.
And with respect to the number as far as 490 octillion times more likely, how many zeros are in that number?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
It's a lot of zeros.
Now, lastly, sir, did you perform any analysis with reference to items numbered 8-2 and 8-3?
I did.
And what were the descriptions respectively for items 8-2 and 8-3?
So item 8-2 was right hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe, and item 8-3 were left hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe.
So fingernail clippings from both the right and left hand of Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from those item numbers, the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And based on, from your comparative analysis of the DNA profile from the right and left hand fingernail clippings, both of Mr. O'Keefe, taken in conjunction with the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely If it originated from John O'Keefe, then if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
So with respect to each the right and left-hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe, both of those were identified by you or your analysis as a single source contributor, correct?
Correct.
And they were each 490 octillion times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Somebody's going to need to make a chart for me.
Thank you, sir.
Chart.
I have nothing further on.
A chart.
Yes.
Or there's probably a chart already out there. Who's crossing? Oh, King David. King David in the house.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Porto, I would like to start by asking you about item 3-1.1, which you've identified as a sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. Can you orient yourself in your report to that item?
Yes.
And that, of course, was the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You were never asked to do any DNA comparison on any pieces of taillight connected with this case, correct?
Let me check my other report.
Cool.
For taillight, there was another item that was item 2-3.1, which is sampled from apparent glass on rear bumper, if that's what you're referencing.
Okay, so if I suggested to you that the taillight was plastic, that glass wouldn't have been the taillight, correct?
I don't have, that's beyond my scope of testing.
Gotcha. Okay. With regard to the passenger side taillight, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe. Is that fair to say?
He was included into
right.
the profile.
With regard to the other 2 contributors, who were they?
They could be anybody.
It could be anybody.
Were you ever asked to compare DNA samples from either Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert or Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz to the DNA profile that you
Kevin and Berkey have entered the
analyzed
chat.
from that passenger side taillight?
I was not.
Now, with regard to the broken drinking glass, which is item 3-2.1.1, do you see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to that, you came up with a DNA profile that also had 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe, correct?
He was included, correct.
Who were the other 2 contributors?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
It could be anybody.
Were you ever asked with regard to that broken drinking glass to compare the DNA profile that you analyzed with the DNA of either Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert or ATF agent Brian Higgins?
I was not.
He objected and she said, I'll let it stand.
Now, with regard to 7.1.2.1, or maybe it's 7-1.2.1, that's the stain A from the upper right leg of the jeans?
Correct.
All right. And you were aware, you were told that those were the jeans that John O'Keefe was wearing on the morning in question when he was found?
Based on the sample description, that's what it seems.
All right. And it turned out that his DNA was on his own jeans, correct?
He was included in the profile.
All right. And that was unsurprising to you, correct? And with regard to that item, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA, correct?
Correct.
With John O'Keefe being one of them.
He was included in the profile, yes.
And who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
They could be anybody.
Let's move on to stain B, also from the upper right leg of the jeans. That is 7-1.3.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
When you found a DNA profile, how many contributors of DNA were there?
3 contributors.
All right. And again, this was John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
So he was one of the 3 contributors.
He was included in the profile, yeah.
Who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Moving on to stain C from the upper right leg of the genes. 7-1.
Quite sure that they could be anybody was not in his script, but I'll allow it. He's doing improv and I'm here for it.
4.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to the DNA profile that you analyzed there, how many contributors of DNA were there to that profile?
At least 2, and it was interpreted as 2 contributors.
And again, this is the same pair of genes that he was found in, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
And you said at least 2 contributors. It actually could have been more than 2.
Based on our protocols, I had to call it 2, and we determined it as 2, but it could be more than 2, yes.
Okay. Well, let's pay attention to the one that was not John O'Keefe, at least that one. Who contributed that DNA to his pants?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
Moving on to stain D, which is 7-1.5.1. And if I can just put my glasses on to make sure I've read my own writing correctly. Actually, is it 7-15-1? Did I get that wrong the first time?
D?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean
stain D? Stain D.
Stain D is 7-1.5.1.
Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay.
Right.
With regard to that stain, you also got a DNA profile. And how many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 3 contributors.
And again, this is John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Correct.
He was one of the contributors to his own genes, correct?
He was included in the profile.
And with regard to that stain on the upper right leg of his genes, who contributed the DNA to the, who were the other 2 contributors of DNA to that stain?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
I love how he looks right at the jury and says they could be anybody.
And then finally, with regard to that upper right leg of the genes, there was also a stain E, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors did you find to that DNA profile?
2 contributors.
One of which was John O'Keefe to his own genes, correct?
He was included, yes.
And who was the other contributor to that stain on the genes?
It could be anybody. I don't know.
And by the way, just for the record, that was 7.1.6.1?
7-1.61.
7-1.6.1. Thank you, sir. Okay, now, with regard to the unstained area of the exterior of the genes, do you see item 7-1.7.1?
Yes.
You found a DNA profile with regard to that unstained area as well, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors of DNA were there to that unstained area of the genes?
I interpreted it as 4 contributors.
Oh, 4.
And John O'Keefe was one of those, correct?
He was included in the profile.
His own genes?
Based on the description, yes.
Who were the other 3 contributors to that DNA profile?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
Could be anybody who carried him. Yeah.
And before we move on to the sneaker, I just wanted to ask you a question about the passenger side taillight that I neglected to ask you. That was the one where there were 3 contributors, correct? And again, I'm going back to 3-1.1.
Correct.
Sorry to skip around, sir. I'm not trying to make this any more confusing than it is. With regard to the passenger side taillight and that DNA profile, are you able to determine when that DNA was deposited on the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle?
No, I'm not.
No.
Are you able to testify with any certainty that it was deposited there, say, on January 28th or 29th of 2022?
No, I can't.
So consistent with your analysis of it, are you able to say whether it occurred prior to January 28th of 2022?
No, I can't.
Were you aware that that vehicle was John O'Keefe's girlfriend's vehicle?
I was not.
Were you provided any information about just how often he had been in and around that vehicle prior to January 28th of 2022?
I'm sorry.
So moving on to 3.1, which
Hold on. Brennan lost his voice, or Lally? It should be Lally objecting. Were you provided any information
were you
about?
provided any information about just how often he had been in and around that vehicle prior to January 28th of 2022?
Sustained.
So moving on to 7-3.1, which was the right instep of the sneaker, correct? You see that in your report?
Yep.
With regard to that particular stain, you noted how many contributors of DNA?
Yeah, it was interpreted as at least 5 contributors.
And with when you have interpreted as at least 5 contributors, what does that do to your ability to find out who contributed that DNA?
So based on our protocols, we're not able to do any comparisons to any mixtures that are 5 or more contributors. So it's not suitable for comparisons.
Okay, which means that with regard to the sneaker, at least, you couldn't even say whether John O'Keefe's DNA was on it, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all 5, do you have any idea who contributed the DNA to that sneaker?
No, I don't.
And this was the right sneaker. So this was the one that he wore, that he went to the hospital with, right? The sneaker that was on him was the right sneaker. Did they ever test the left sneaker? That's interesting.
Now, moving on to, I just have a couple more for you, sir. Moving on to what is labeled as stain L, which is 7-18.14.1, I believe. Do you see that in your report?
I do.
And that was a stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And were you told that the long sleeve shirt was his outer clothing when he was found?
I don't believe so.
How many contributors to that stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt did you find in that DNA profile?
I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
And did you make any match with regard to either of those contributors or both?
I did comparisons, and John O'Keefe was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so John O'Keefe was a contributor of DNA to his own long sleeve shirt, correct?
Based on the descriptions, correct.
All right, and whose other DNA was on that shirt?
I don't know.
And then finally, with regard to 7-18.17.1, that was an unstained area of the exterior of that shirt, correct? That same long sleeve shirt.
Correct.
And you tested that and got a DNA profile, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
Was John O'Keefe one of them?
He was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so his DNA was found on his own shirt, correct?
Based on the description, correct.
And who contributed the other DNA profile to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
I don't know.
With regard to any of the stains on the upper right leg of the jeans, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you've discussed here today. Were you ever asked to compare the DNA profile with the DNA profiles of either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
I was not.
Oh.
And your answer was you were not?
I was not.
Did anybody ever provide you with DNA profiles of Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
Sustained to that.
See what he's doing here? He keeps mentioning the only 2 third-party culprits that he's allowed to point to, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Colin is no longer fair game. Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, did anybody ever give you their DNA? No. Nope. It's very hard to get a non-defendant or even like DNA from anyone who's not law enforcement that they are not suspecting. You need a warrant, you need a court order. This judge never would have given a court order, or they need to give their DNA voluntarily. They never did.
I may have one moment, Judge.
Yes.
I do not know if the court ruled on yesterday yet, J. Coop. Thank you to all our amazing gifters today. Boiled Frog gifted 5 memberships. 18 Wheels of Outrage gifting 5 memberships. And Flo
I
is
just
King,
have one more
gifting
question
5.
for you, Mr. Porto, and I do want to thank you for answering all my questions
Sure.
here today. You wrote reports on your analysis of all the items and the work that you did on this case?
I did.
And you are directed pursuant to protocol to address those reports to somebody, correct?
Correct.
Who was it that you sent the reports to in this case?
I'm sustaining the objection.
Why?
Did you send those reports to Michael Proctor?
Sustain.
Why? Proctor was the lead investigator.
Jurors, strike the question.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Jurors, strike the question. She's like waves a magic wand. Watch.
Jurors, strike the question.
I have nothing further. Thank
Magic
you, sir.
wand. Just don't listen.
Yes.
Mr. Porto, based on your training and experience and years of doing DNA testing at the lab, when it comes to samples from items of clothing, is it uncommon or common to have multiple contributors?
That depends. It can happen, but it's possible, yes.
Is it something that's a complete anomaly?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Now, turning your attention back to item 3-1.1, that's the sample from the passenger side tail light of the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe was found to, his known DNA profile was found to be an inclusion for the DNA profile from the swab from the defendant's passenger side tail light, correct?
He was included in the profile, yes.
And to what statistical, what is the number associated with that inclusion?
The DNA profile from this item is 510 non-alien times more likely to have it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, Mr. Porter, if I could turn you back to number 10 in your report, there's a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the items listed associated with various stains on various areas of Mr. O'Keefe's orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, there's about 13 different DNA profiles that you generated in reference to those items, correct?
Correct.
And from those 13 different items, they're all from a single contributor, is that correct?
Correct. They were interpreted as originated from a single contributor.
And as far as the DNA profile, your comparison of each of those 13 different stains on the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, what were your conclusions again as your comparison with the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Yeah, so the profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And lastly, with reference to the fingernail clippings from both the right hand and the left hand of Mr. O'Keefe, those were also, your analysis provided for inclusion of Mr. O'Keefe's known DNA standard, correct?
He was included in the profile, correct.
And again, the profile from both the right hand and the left hand fingernail clippings was a single source contributor, correct?
Sustain.
How many sources were associated with those?
Objection.
Sustain.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Been asked and answered a whole bunch.
All set, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank
You
you.
are all set, Mr. Porto.
Thank you.
Very much.
You're all set. No, I thought that was pretty helpful to the defense. A whole bunch of
Who's the next
unknown
witness?
DNA.
On the Commonwealth, call Ashley Vallier to stand.
Oh, Ashley. Oh, Ashley. Ashley reconstructed the taillight. This is going to be fun for you guys who haven't seen this before. Agree. All right, a little teeny weeny bit behind. Canton Leaf Blower Society has decided to convene outside my window.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Lear.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is ASH VALLIER, spelled VALLIER.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And where did you go to school?
I got my bachelor degree in biochemistry and cell biology from UC San Diego and a master's degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work from there?
Directly after I got my degree at Boston University, I worked at the Broad Institute.
And what did you do at the Broad Institute?
I did quality control checks of items that potentially could be tested for pharmaceutical use.
Now, how long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A little over 6 years.
Now, is the state lab accredited?
It is.
And by whom?
ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
It stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And the ANSI within the ANAB, what does that stand for?
That is another acronym that I don't recall right now.
Now, as part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of type of proficiency testing?
I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
A proficiency test is a test that is given from an outside agency in the discipline that you do casework in, that you would work through like a normal case, but it has an end expected result at the end.
And how often do you undergo proficiency testing?
Every year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I've done proficiency tests in gunshot primer residue and physical match analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, when you initially joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were hired for?
I was hired as a forensic scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury what your duties and responsibilities were as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1 is the introductory level. It's when you start your training in whatever discipline you're going to be trained in and quality control checks. After you've been at the laboratory for over a year and you're signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist 2.
And you're currently a forensic scientist 2, is that correct?
Yes.
What is the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and a forensic scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A forensic scientist 2 has been at the lab for over a year and can do casework.
Now, just in general terms, what does the trace unit do or examine within the State Police Crime Laboratory?
I'm a part of the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit. So we analyze a wide range of pieces of evidence. So
that's pretty
Trace
cool.
covers a lot of small things. So paint, fibers, glass, gunshot primer residue, physical matches. Arson covers fire debris evidence, and explosives covers explosives.
Wonder if she worked on the Boston
specifically
Marathon
with
bombing.
reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury, just in general terms at first, how was that analysis performed?
So physical match analysis is piecing broken things together to see if they were at once a single item. Generally, you look at the questioned item first, the item that you don't know specifically where it came from. Look at that, and then you would look at the known item, which is an item with a known source, like specifically like this window or like this vehicle. They're analyzed at separate times. And then if it looks like there could potentially be a physical match, you would analyze them together and see if they have a mechanical fit.
Now,
Like
when
putting
you
together
retrieve
puzzles.
items just in general to do some sort of physical match analysis, where do you get those items from?
We have evidence storage locations at the laboratory.
And how are they typically packaged when you receive them?
They can be packaged in cardboard boxes, brown paper bags, heat sealed plastic bags. It depends on the individual items.
And when you're doing this analysis, as far as the physical match analysis, what do you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
I mean, before I do any analysis, I bleach my bench, clean my tools, and then put down a fresh sheet of butcher paper.
And why do you do that?
To make sure everything's clean.
Now, again, speaking more in general terms, on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In general terms, with your work within the lab, on what types of items can you perform a physical match analysis?
A lot. Anything that has a broken or irregular edge.
Would that include glass?
Yes.
Would that include plastic?
Yes.
What are some of the other things that would also include?
Any sort of like polymer, metals.
And when you're doing a physical match analysis, what instruments do you utilize in the course of that analysis?
Generally, I'll use a stereo zoom microscope. Depending on the size of the items compared, I can use other microscopes as well.
Now, what is a stereo zoom microscope?
Stereo zoom microscope is a microscope that's mounted on a stand. So it gives a wider range of view that you can look at larger items.
And how are you using that specifically in your physical match analysis of, let's say, items of plastic?
I'll use it to look at the edges and see if there's any like defining characteristics along those broken edges.
Now, as you're going through your analysis, do you document your work as you go?
I do.
And how do you do that?
With handwritten notes and with photos.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
I was asked to do physical match analysis, and then later on I was asked to look at, do some trace recovery, look at some debris.
Starting with the physical match analysis, how many different items approximately were you asked to look at?
Over 10.
Several, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And how are each of those items packaged when you receive them?
So the questioned items were packaged first in a large paper bag, and then each item was individually packaged in a smaller brown paper bag within that container.
Now, again, just in general terms, because you've used it a couple times, when you say questioned item versus known item, as it pertains to this analysis in this case, what were the questioned items generally, and what was the known item?
The question items were items labeled as coming from a road, and the known item was labeled as coming from a taillight from a vehicle.
From a road or a lawn?
Now, in this case, did you perform your physical match analysis in the same manner that you've previously described based on your education, training, and experience within the lab?
Yes.
Now, initially, you had examined some various plastic and glass items, and there was a drinking straw in there as well, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, as far as the item numbers that you looked at in this physical match analysis, could you provide the jury with a list of just the item numbers first to start with?
May
Your
I?
Honor.
You have your report with you, Ms. Willett?
I do.
Is there any objection, Mr. Yannetti, to using the report?
No objection at all.
So feel free to use it.
Thank you, Your
Honor. So the questioned items labeled as coming from the road were item 7-5, item 7-6, 7-8, 7-9, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, 7-16, and 7-19. And the known item labeled coming from the passenger side taillight is item 3-1.
Now, Ms. Vallier, within those specific item numbers of how things are labeled at your lab, if there are different pieces associated with the same item, how is it that you labeled those specifically in this physical match analysis here?
So some of the items had multiple pieces within that item. So I labeled them A, B, C, etc., depending on how many pieces there were.
Now, if you could, please explain to the jury just, again, the process that you followed in your examination of each of those items.
So first I looked at the questioned items, the items labeled as coming from the road. I looked at, I documented the overall package because they were all packaged in the same container, the same brown paper bag. Documented that individually. Inside of it, there were a bunch of individual brown paper bags. Documented that, and I went one at a time through them, opening each paper bag, taking written notes, taking photos of the items inside. Within each item, I looked to see if any of those pieces fit together. And I cleaned my bench in between the items.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Your Honor, of course, I've shown Mr. Yannetti all these photos in advance.
Okay. Is there an objection to any of them, Mr. Mayor?
objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we just go ahead and mark them all for, as that.
King David again on cross. I love it.
Your Honor, if I could, I was going to take them item by item.
Okay.
Thanks, Commander Ed.
Okay.
Ms. Blair, I'm showing you 4 photographs. You recognize those?
Thank you, Jennifer Thorpe. I totally agree with you. Not saying officer down. Could have been a choice on Jen McCabe's part because you know the cavalry
do.
would have come out.
What do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of item 3-1.
Again, what was the description associated with item 3-1?
Passenger side taillight.
And was that description further given sort of a specific vehicle or license plate associated with the vehicle that the taillight came?
It does. Massachusetts 3GC684.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A to D.
Right, those are cool. That's why I wanted to just.
Thanks, Jennifer Thorpe. Just one correction on your comment is that Jen McCabe is not married to a cop. Her husband, Matt McCabe, works in IT.
Mark them all because they're all.
That's fine. If the court prefers, I can provide them.
All right. Exhibits 170A through 170D.
Sleuthing around. I think Lally's been watching the chat, so his what if anything is gone. Pretty much for the most
I do.
part.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-5.
And again, from your report, what was the description in reference to item 7-1?
Yeah, thank you. You're fine. It's just
Okay.
Happy birthday, Andrea Collins.
Piece of plastic,
Keep up the
red,
good work.
recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
You're on the Commonwealth seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A and B.
Okay.
The witness's name is scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
171A and B.
MSP Crime Lab. She does
My fault.
trace evidence and she
Court's
puts the
permission, may
taillight back
publish,
together.
some of those
Yes.
photos to the jury. Ms. Gilman, if I could first ask for photograph 2122. And Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen, that is the bag associated with the passenger side taillight or the known item, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge a little bit towards the bottom where the ruler is. Now, Ms. Vallier, what's up on the screen now as far as the sort of notations there? Who made those?
I did.
And how do you know that you were the one who made those?
That's my handwriting, and those are my initials.
So the AMV is for your name, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of.
And notice the date that this was tested or the date that she looked at it was March 9th, 2023, more than 1 year after the murder of John O'Keefe.
The items that you photographed, you had photographs that were taken of sort of what was in the evidence bag in total, displayed on your table that you would clean with the solution and everything else, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom out a little bit to show the item. And again, what's up on the screen, that is item 3-1, the known item as far as the tail light from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2126. And Ms. Vallier, if you could just describe for the jury, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same items, just turned over.
And lastly, for this set, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2135. And again, same item as far as 3-1, the tail light taken from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 1905. And Ms. Vallier, as far as with each of these items, you take photographs when they're inside the bag and then once you take them out of the bag, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1908.
DMD 2922. Does that Chico?
And what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of item 7-5.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
It's not her fault they gave her crap a year after the fact. Nope. She goes, she does her job. She analyzes what they tell her to analyze and when.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-6.
That's one of the bag and then one when the item is taken out of the bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the description for item 7-6?
Piece of plastic, clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Your Honor, call up to seek to introduce in minutes the next exhibit A and B.
Thanks, Mike, for the compliment. He says I remind him of Rhea Seahorn, Kim from Better Call Saul. I like that. I'll allow it. Thank you.
With the court's permission, may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1921. And then photograph 1924. And what's depicted up on the screen is that what you just have before you as the photograph that you took of item 7-6 recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs, you review those. Can you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
Photos I took of item 7-8.
And one of the bag and then one of the items removed from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with item 7-8?
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Almost seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those to the jury.
Yes. Exhibits 173 A and B.
Marianne,
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931.
We'll return them to you.
And then 1934.
Again, these are found February 4th, 2022.
And
They
Ms.
were
Gilman,
not
if you could
analyzed.
zoom in just a little on those items, please.
February 9th, 2023. And Ash's
And Ms.
job
Vallier,
is
again,
to
what
put
are
all
we
the
looking
pieces
at in
together.
this photograph of item 7-? What are we looking at again in this photograph? Excuse me.
Photos of item 7-8.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Those. Can you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-9 and 7-19.
And as far as the first photograph, as far as the bag, and then second with the items taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes,
So 7-9 and 7-19 were contained in the same bag.
they were. I then separated them into two separate packages.
And as far as 7-9 and 7-19, respectively, if you could tell the jury what was the description for each of those
Item 7-9 was pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Item 7-19 is trace item black straw recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Your Honor, will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B. May I publish, Your Honor?
Hold on.
Oh, forgive me.
174A and 174B. Now you can publish.
My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1958, please,
Tony is tripping Billies. I love your name. Welcome.
and then 1962. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of that bag, item 7-9 and item 7-19.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs, do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
Photos of item 7-10.
And again, one of the bag and one of the contents of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description for item 7-10.
Piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm going to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 175A and B.
May I publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1952. And 1956. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-10.
Thank you. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Fred's daughter, I don't know if the team of law students are watching streams in real time, but it would be a great idea. But I have no inside knowledge about that.
What do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-11.
And again, one photo of the bag and one photo of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And again, if you could, please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-11.
Piece of plastic, 6, red, clear, and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
The call to seek to introduce in the minute as the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibit 176A and B.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1979 and 1982. Again, Ms. Lear, I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on the items themselves. And Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-11.
These are photos, again, that you took in the lab during the course of your comparative or physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos, you could look at those.
Thank you, Private Info, for your
Do you
50.
recognize those?
I just put
I
that
do.
on the playlist for you.
Photos I took of item 7-12.
And again, photograph of the bag, photograph of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what's the description of item 7-12.
Trace item, 14, glass and clear plastic, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
The call to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B.
Private Info requested Bela Lugosi's Dead by Bauhaus. You got it.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2015. and
Thank you, Hope Root,
2018.
for gifting 5 memberships. Look at all of
And
these
again,
little
Ms. Gilman,
tiny
if you could
pieces.
just zoom in a little on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Valera, again, can you describe what's depicted up on the screen?
A photo I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-13.
And again, one of the bag and then one with the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description for item 7-13.
Piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'll look to see if you introduce them in next exhibit A and B.
Exhibit 178A and 178B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1997. And 2000. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could, please zoom in on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Vallier, directing your attention to the screen, can you describe for the jury what is depicted on the screen now?
A photo I took of item 7-13.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-14.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And again, can you please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-14?
Pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want to seek to introduce the next exhibit, A and B.
Gail says there's no way, no feasible way any arm can shatter a tail light into that many pieces.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
I agree.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2009 and 2012. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the item. And Ms. Vallier, as far as what's depicted on the screen, again, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
A photo of item 7-14.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I like your new name, Allison. It could be anybody.
Other photographs, if you could recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
Photos of item 7-15.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items taken from the bag, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description associated with item 7-15.
Piece of plastic, 3 clear and 5 red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
The problem will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A and B.
180A and 180B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2072.
Thanks, Marianne Morrow, for your 20.
Yes.
Yes.
And 2077, please. Again, if you could zoom just a little as far as the items are concerned. And Ms. Vallier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Item 7-15.
Giant pieces of
May I
taillight
approach again,
missed
Your
by
Honor?
the Canton PD. Elected by Trooper Proctor. Thank you, MCKT, for gifting 5 memberships. You're so awesome.
Other photographs, do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-16.
And again, one of the bag and then one of the contents from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description associated with item 7-16.
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm also seeking to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibit 181A and B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2036 and 2040. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little. Thank you very much. And Mr. Lear, if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this particular photograph.
This is item 7-16.
Mr. Gilman, you can take that down.
Happy birthday, Siobhan, man. From Lila's world. Thank you, Lila. EW, I have no idea what the O'Keefes believe, so I can't really comment on this, but thank you for your super chat.
Now, with respect to each of these items that you examined in your physical match analysis, again, as far as the process is concerned, with the questioned items, what are you doing with reference to each of those questioned items first?
First, I document them as you've seen. I'll see if any of those within the item have a physical match with each other. And then I'll package that away and look at all the questioned items before I compare inter-questioned items to see if there are any physical matches in between all of the 7- items.
And as far as your notes are concerned, what is it that you're noting in reference to each of those items as far as what characteristics of the item are you taking note of?
I'll note the size, the color, and the material.
And what, if any, measurements do you take of each of those respective items as well?
I'll take the length and width of each item.
Now, with respect, starting with item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the defendant's vehicle, sort of internally within that item 3-1, what did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis within that item alone?
Within item 3-1, I believe 4 of the pieces fit together.
And Your Honor, if the witness may refer to her notes as to...
Pay attention, because it's going to be so interesting how 4 of the pieces fit together, and those were all collected by the same trooper or law enforcement officer. So all the pieces that fit together were all collected by the same officers. Isn't that so crazy? Doesn't that strain credulity in just about every way? Shout out to Aliana Berry's dad, who's watching today, Donald Duck.
Yes, 4 of the pieces fit together within item 3-1.
And which 4 of the pieces?
Pieces A, B, D, and F.
And as far as the labeling of those pieces of an individual item, let's just start with item 3-1. A, B, D, and F, how are they labeled, and how do you sort of physically label those items?
We have a label maker in the lab, so I'll print out the case number, the item number, and then A, B, C, and my initials, and that goes physically on each of those items, or all of those pieces.
So if any of those items had a sticker on it with a letter or something associated with that, that would be something that you did during the course of your physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-5, piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis just within that single item?
There was no physical match noted among those 3 pieces of apparent plastic.
And when you say no physical match found from the different pieces within that item, what does that mean?
The broken edges of each piece did not align.
So the broken edges of the individual piece.
Ed Wallace pointed this out. He's our forensics expert. Duty Ron and Ed Wallace have an amazing channel. If you don't follow them, go follow them. They do recaps. They've been doing a lot of recaps lately on this case. And Ed Wallace has pointed out that they could analyze the pieces to determine what direction each piece broke, whether it broke inward or outward. I do not believe they did that here, but it is possible to do.
Pieces within item 7-5 did not fit together with the broken edges of pieces within item 7-5, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to item 7-6, a clear piece of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude based on your physical match analysis just pertaining to that item 7-6?
So this item was 2 pieces of colorless apparent plastic, and there was no physical match noted between those two pieces.
Now, with reference to item 7-8, red and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just with the pieces contained within item 7-8?
So there were 14 pieces.
14 pieces.
Pieces C and D fit together, and pieces E and F fit together.
And when you say fit together, is there a term of art used within your field called a mechanical fit?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is a mechanical fit?
So mechanical fit and a physical match are the same thing. It's when the broken edges align together to show that they were once a single item.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-9, pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis of just the individual pieces contained within item 7-9?
So this item had 3 pieces, and no physical match was found between those.
Turning your attention to item 7-10, red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able, that is a single item, is that correct?
Correct.
So no physical match because there's nothing to match, it's just one piece, correct?
Correct.
And turning your attention to item 7-11, identified as 6 red, clear, and black pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just within those pieces contained within 7-11?
So that item had 6 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 6.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, which was identified as 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Again, what did you conclude from your physical match analysis just from the various pieces contained within item 7-12?
So there were 14 pieces overall. Pieces B, C, D, F, and K fit together mechanically as one unit. And then pieces E and I fit together mechanically as one unit. And pieces M and N fit together mechanically as one unit.
Crazy, right?
Now, through your examination of these pieces in particular and other pieces as well, did you note any debris contained on the pieces that you located?
Yes.
And can you say anything as far as what that debris was, or was there any analysis done of that debris specifically?
I just note that there was debris present, and I package it into a tin that's retained with the original packaging.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, that was a piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, just with respect to your physical match analysis of the various pieces of 7-13, what did you conclude?
So that item had 3 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 3.
And again, with reference to item 7-14, piece of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, that was again a single item, correct?
A single piece, yes.
So I'll turn your attention to item 7-15, 3 clear and 5 red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis, again, just from the various pieces contained within item 7-15?
So there were 8 pieces in this one. Pieces F and H fit together mechanically.
Turning your attention to, lastly, for this purpose, item 7-16, piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis just contained within the pieces of that single item 7-16?
So that item had 7 pieces. Pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, Ms. Vallier, once you had examined each of those pieces individually, what did you do next in your analysis?
Next, I compared all of the inter-questioned, these items 7-5 to 7-16. I compared them to see if there was a mechanical fit amongst those, between those items.
Mr. Lally, is this a good place for our break?
That's perfect. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning break.
It's a good place for the break because the jury's probably falling asleep. Oh, we're a little bit behind though. We're 11 minutes behind.
Can I
so-
see counsel for a minute, please?
Oh, let's see what happens. Crystal Pond says, so they want us to believe they found all these pieces during a blizzard in a snowbank after 15 to 35-mile-an-hour winds whipped through. I don't think so. Yep, that's exactly what they want you to believe. And that no pieces of that taillight fell out on the way to Dighton or on the tow truck on the way back. Because you're going to see when the reconstruction happens that it's only missing like very few little teeny weeny pieces. Reasonable Doubt says, I wonder if the jury's tired of hearing about the taillight evidence. Marcia, thank you so very much for your $20 super sticker. Gabby Hartman tuning in from across the pond. Thank you so much for your generous super chat. Did anyone ever ask, how is it that all the pieces are found at the scene? 0 pieces were still attached and maybe fell after supposedly she drove away? Right. For real now, I keep wondering, how is that possible that they all fit perfectly? Well, I like the way you're thinking, Gabby Hartman, and hopefully the jury is thinking the same way. Sue O'Connell had some things to say this morning. And she said this. She's a reporter. Well, not a reporter. She's a commentator with NBC Boston and some other outlets. She said, the morning started with a sidebar. One of the court officers took an oath of some sort during the sidebar. The jury was not in the courtroom. After Judge Cannoni returned to chambers, Brennan spoke with Peggy O'Keefe and the defense in a huddle. So I don't know what that means. And then she says about, where's the instructions to the jury? She tells the jurors it's important that all jurors can hear and understand the evidence and witnesses, asks that they not mutter or talk or make expressions that would distract or interfere with their fellow jurors. And so some people have pointed it out that the jurors are very expressive, let's just say. Hang on, let's see where we are.
Your Honor, there is a time
raised
with regard to...
Okay. Alessi's arguing something. Let's see what it is.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, Your Honor discussed with the parties, and parties were heard with regard to the issues we have raised with regard to the timing of the May 8th report from Mr. Burgess that the defense received on May 11th. And what I wanted to do, Your Honor, is briefly provide the information Your Honor asked for yesterday, which was how much time we might need under various circumstances. And so I wanted to take a few moments to put that in context. It will only take me a brief amount of time to do so. So, Your Honor, there is a timing issue, but there's most importantly a substantive issue. I will not, of course, go into the detail of yesterday, but the timing really is informed by the substantive issue. And so with regard to the matter, we went back and we looked at more deeply the effect of this timing and this movement of the what has been referred to as clock drift in Mr. Burgess's report that we got on May 11th. I spoke of the significance yesterday, and here's what I would like to add as is relevant to the time we're going to need. I again urge the court to reject it substantively, because what we did was we went and we looked at matters such as the cross-examination of a key witness in this case, Jennifer McCabe. She testified with regard to observing a vehicle at 12:45 a.m. We, and that's a significant point. I know I don't need to elucidate for Your Honor. It goes, all of this is going in significant part, if not total part, to what has been as alleged a collision here, which we vigorously contest. It just never, no collision ever occurred. But the timing of it, the timing of what's alleged by the Commonwealth is very important. The seconds are important. Literally 1 second can turn not only the Commonwealth's theory completely around in circles and debunk it, but also the jury's analysis of it. And this is the point I wanted to elucidate today, is that the jurors have been provided information, and the defense has aimed its defense on this claim based upon, in large part, timing. So now what we have is we have on May 11th, Mr. Burgess changing the timing. So what does it affect? Not only witnesses like Jennifer McCabe, who we crossed, we strategized with regard to, but also my decision to not even cross Trooper Garino, because Trooper Garino had testimony with regard to when Ms. Reed connected with the Wi-Fi at One Meadows, and there's a certain time associated with that. We have Mr. Whiffen, who went through, the Commonwealth went through a timeline, and we believe they went through a timeline for the theory that they had, and I cross-examined Mr. Whiffen extensively with regard to that timeline. There were several defense strategies, and effectuations of strategies based upon that timing. So with regard to the substance, Your Honor, and there's more, but I think that's a fair representation. It innervates our entire defense. The question now of Your Honor of how much time it will take the defense to react to Mr. Burgess, I wanted to say it's not only a reaction, but it's a substantive defense analysis, and 3/4 of the effectuation of that has already occurred through our presentation in terms of cross-examination. So we would have to, and we're still evaluating that, revisit all of that. And secondly, we would have to put that into the calculation of all of our witnesses that we've already prepared that are based upon that timeline. So it is a very significant point. And to the extent that the Commonwealth tries to argue, well, you know, we never really committed that much to a certain time period. I again urge the court to look at the report of Dr. Judson Welcher, where he has 1162-2 with a specific range, 1238 to 43. And even in their range, it's a very small time, which further supports how each second matters in this regard. Now to the answer to the question Your Honor asked yesterday. Again, I urge that it just be rejected and we keep this trial moving in its current pace. To the extent that that does not occur, and again, we urge that it be rejected, the report, because it's a Rule 14 violation, there is no remedy for the defense. However, to the extent, and given Your Honor nonetheless asked me for an answer in time, we would need 4 days to be able to address it. We will not ever be able to recover strategically or substantively from it, given all that's been presented to the jury. And it will be very difficult to figure out how we're going to go present a defense after we've already presented to the jury our defense and our cross-examination. It's not really structurally possible to simply take 4 days and address Mr. Burgess, because we can't go back to all the witnesses I just mentioned and others and start crossing them in eliciting testimony with this new time period in mind. But I wanted to answer the question, Your Honor, respectfully. It would be 4 days for us to even go from where we are now and then try to alter not only witnesses such as Arca, but DeSogra and Gaffney and other types of witnesses that we have
And the
in
opening.
that regard. So my,
Opening
Your
was-
Honor, respectfully, that is my response.
All right, does the Commonwealth want to be heard?
Okay, get your binky emoji ready. He's going to say they did it with they did it too. They did it too.
Respectfully, Your Honor, the defense is very confused. They attempt to confuse the issue. They attempt to confuse Your Honor about what the impact would be. This has never been a change. The government is not changing their timeline.
The government.
The Commonwealth is not changing any information. The Commonwealth is not offering anything that affects in any way the testimony of witnesses. It's notable in the argument
So
there is
clueless.
no relationship to the facts or the actual report that was provided. The Commonwealth has always provided the data, which they have, and they hadn't a chance to analyze. And the interpretation of the data has been different between the parties. We have been clear from the beginning at the time in which the infotainment system shows that there was a collision. We've been clear. And
No.
the data has been clear. That has never changed. That data in the telestream system is based on a clock in the Lexus, which both sides know full well is different than a clock in an iPhone.
Oh my God.
You can see all the
He's so
production
clueless.
of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation where it shows that time, 12:31:43, has never changed. Also, it has been clear that both sides appreciate that there is a variance between the clock in the Lexus, which leads to that system information, and a clock in an iPhone. In fact, the defense was so aware of it, they hired an expert, Mr. DeSorga, who gave his opinions about that variance. We have never suggested there was not a variance in this case. In fact, we have highlighted the variance. When their expert, Mr. DeSorga, provided a report, we believed that his analysis was wrong. And so we looked at the variance and the data that was available from the telestream system and John O'Keefe's Waze data that was on his phone that was always available to all of the experts in both sides. And when Mr. Burgess looked at the variance at the time of a three-point turn about 7 minutes before the collision, he simply matched the Waze information on Mr. O'Keefe's phone to that of the information from
There's nothing simple about this one. In the middle of trial, you were changing the timeline. Seconds matter here. The defense needs to be a little bit stronger and demand a dismissal of this case. A mistrial with prejudice. It's no way. No way.
the telestream and saw that it was a 21 to 29 second variance. All that data was available to the defense because their expert made an improper conclusion is not our fault. This does not change the testimony of anybody.
He's a master manipulator and gaslighter. Because the defense expert made a mistake? I'm sorry. He's gaslighting the entire world right now. So if you feel gaslit, know that you're among friends. Listen to this again. Because their expert made an improper, what? Opinion?
Available to the defense because their expert made an improper conclusion is not our fault. This does not change the testimony of anybody. They point to Jen McCabe's text message where she said she thought she saw a motor vehicle out front that evening at 12:45. That is not consistent with the Commonwealth's timeline, but that doesn't change. That favors the defense. It does not change anything to do with ARCA. ARCA has not, as far as I've seen in any reports, ever talked about the variance, just Mr. DeSorga. And so because this is inconvenient for the defense and because it further focuses the variance
I'm gonna
that
lose
we've
it.
already discussed and provided, isn't a reason to exclude it. It's not late discovery. It's not a Rule 14 violation. It is further analysis of information that was already provided, opinions that were already provided, and it is in response to their experts' mistake about that variance. There's nothing new here. Nothing has changed.
You know, it's inconvenient for the defense being on trial for the second time on trumped up bogus charges and being railroaded into defending yourself. That's inconvenient, Brennan. That's inconvenient. Being $5 million in debt, having to sell your home, liquidate your 401ks, your whole life is turned upside down for 3 years because they wanted to pin it on the girl and you have no evidence. That's inconvenient. All of those lawyers sitting at the defense table, they're working for free. You know who's not? The experts. So when you want to put more of a financial burden on the defendant that should not be sitting in that chair to begin with, that's inconvenient, sir. You're a disgrace to lawyers, and you are the reason that people hate lawyers. You are the poster child for the reason that people hate lawyers. Congrats.
Go right ahead, Mr. Alessi. The only question I had for you yesterday, for you to respond to today, was the time. So I gave you more leeway.
And you're giving me more leeway, and I appreciate it.
Go right ahead.
So 2 items, Your Honor. As I alluded to yesterday, and it's been a point that Mr. Brennan just made. We believe strongly, Your Honor, that at a minimum there needs to be a voir dire of Mr. Burgess. And we believe strongly there needs to be a voir dire because we have a serious concern that the sequestration order has been violated. He has changed a very key aspect of this matter after the testimony of Mr. Whiffen, after Mr. Whiffen presenting a timeline. In his report, Mr. Burgess, his new purported report of May 8th, he references to align it with Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. That is the essence of Mr. Whiffen's report, is anchoring in his timeline. He did a whole timeline on Mr. O'Keefe's report. And conveniently, the proposed alteration by Mr. Burgess in his report of this clock drift now makes it very, very close to fitting within Mr. Whiffen's timeline and the theory of the prosecution. At a minimum, we need a voir dire to ask Mr. Burgess, why did he do what he did? Another reason for the voir dire. Mr. Brennan yesterday said, we were surprised to get the report. That further makes great concern as to why Mr. Burgess did what he did.
Yes, take grave
Lastly,
concerns.
Your Honor,
Say, Your Honor, you should have grave concerns about this, Your Honor. Say that, say that.
regard to why to get the report. That further makes great concern as to why Mr. Burgess did what he did. Lastly, Your Honor, with regard to Mr. Brennan's point, and he made it yesterday and I corrected it, he said it again today, that supposedly our witness, Mr. DeSogra, made an error and that we're trying to correct an error of Mr. DeSogra. That is incorrect, Your Honor. Again, Mr. DeSogra was responding to Mr. Burgess's report. Mr. DeSogra's report is entirely saying, okay, Mr. Burgess says this, and therefore the defense says this. Now Mr. Burgess is changing what he is saying. So it is completely incorrect to say that Mr. DeSogra is trying to correct an error. That would require, again, Mr. DeSogra to change what he has done. Final point is this. There was also an issue, Your Honor, and this is extremely important with regard to burden shifting. There's not only the question of should this be allowed at all, there's not only the question of how much time the defense will need, but there's a third and important issue, and that's burden shifting. What Mr. Brennan proposed yesterday was a very irregular process where essentially the Commonwealth gets 3 bites at the apple for a problem that they caused.
That's right.
The problem we're talking about is Mr. Burgess changing a significant part of a timeline. Yes, there was a variance that he had, but he picked a range of the variance. He's now changing the variance. So what the Commonwealth is proposing is that our witnesses go forward, the aperture gets to wait, they come on, and then they get to come, the aperture gets to come on yet again. We would urge.
I did not understand the Commonwealth asking me that. Are you asking me to do that, Mr. Brennan?
Appreciate the clarification.
I'm not sure what he's saying, so.
It sounds like DeBrosia or whatever.
His name is DeSoder, yes.
DeSoder.
Or whatever.
You're suggesting that the Commonwealth suggested yesterday that he testifies first and then the aperture witnesses?
What I understood was going to happen is Mr. Brennan said yesterday that Dr. Welcher cannot come in until after.
No, I didn't understand that. I understood Dr. Welcher, Shannon Burgess, and then Dr. Welcher for everything that you folks received.
What part of that didn't you understand? He said Burgess should testify about what he's already issued reports on. And then after ARCA testifies, he's allowed to bring Burgess back, you know, because he needs to do more testing. That's exactly what he said, Judge. Sorry you weren't paying attention, but I was. And so was Alessi, and so was the rest of the defense team and the rest of the world. You're an embarrassment too.
Prior that Shannon Burgess and then Dr. Welcher for everything that you folks received prior that January 31st or whatever the date was. And then potentially for all the new ARCA information that came in May 7th, that portion, Dr. Welcher returning on rebuttal for.
No.
Not that they were holding back Dr. Welcher completely. Is that correct?
Or Burgess.
Mr. Brennan?
That's the conversation I had. That conversation I wasn't part of.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood that, Mr. Alessi.
So I did, just so I'm clear, what is it that the rebuttal?
Mr. Brennan.
Welcher and Burgess
This is
are from
separate, and I'd
Aperture.
really like to give everybody a break here. What is it the Commonwealth is asking to do regarding that?
Regarding Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher?
Which, Dr. Welcher?
Dr. Welcher should come in and testify to his PowerPoint, all of his opinions, which address all of the prior representations and opinions of ARCA, although we still don't have any raw information, but we're ready to move forward. Regarding any new opinions, which there is over a dozen new opinions that includes testing, video, experiments, Dr. Welcher should have enough time to review, conduct his own testing, turn it over, and then in rebuttal, address limited to the new issues raised by ARCA.
That's how I understood it, Mr. Alessi.
And that's how I did also, but the question is now with the Burgess changing of the clock drift, how many times is the Commonwealth proposing that Dr. Welcher gets to come in and talk about that? Is he just going to come in and talk about it?
So you talk with Mr. Brennan about that. All right, so I'm all set for this.
There are no changes. There is no changes in the timeline. He keeps trying to portray this as something has changed. Nothing has changed. It's the exact same. He's always said there's a variance. He's been looking into the variance for a long time.
3.5 years?
And now he has found a method to show the exact variance. It's not changing. There's nothing in the reports that changes as far as the timeline. That's just an attempt to cause fear. There's nothing that has changed.
Didn't he say yesterday that John O'Keefe's phone was 29 seconds off? It was 29 seconds fast? So now he wants to backdate by at least 29 seconds when John O'Keefe last touched his phone, last uses, because it doesn't fit, because Karen was home. This is bullshit. You would never see this in any other kangaroo court in the world and maybe in the country, but you're seeing it here.
The reports, it's all the same, always has been, other than now he's identified the mistake of their expert, and that led him to be able to identify the variance, which is helpful and new. And the suggestion that there's been some violation of an order, no good faith basis whatsoever. None.
Does the Commonwealth oppose a voir dire just on that one issue?
Yes, because it's suggesting that there's a good faith basis for it. Nothing has. Ian Whiffen's report was available to the defense and our experts months and months and months ago. The issue of variance has been an ongoing issue for months. There's nothing that triggers a change in the testimony to adopt or adapt to it. Our timeline has been the same since when we turned it over at the beginning. They cannot point to one thing that has changed between Dr. Welcher, Ian Whiffen, Jessica Hyde, or Shannon Burgess. They are just saying things without a good faith basis. In the reports, show us where something has changed.
The fact that this guy can
Your
say
Honor,
good faith.
Your Honor, we would like to print the page in the clock adjustment because what Mr. Brennan says is
Yes,
correct.
and I'm happy to any information.
Because as usual, Brennan is lying to you, Your Honor, and the world
No.
in
Thank
open
All right,
court.
to the court, please.
What a mess. What an absolute mess that this judge has allowed to continue, because when there's no ramifications for someone's behavior, they just keep behaving that way. What you allow continues. And every other quote that you can find on Instagram about narcissism applies to this case, and gaslighting. Him just even uttering the words "in good faith" makes my head pop off. Will she allow it? I don't know. Is it highly prejudicial and grounds for a mistrial? Grounds for dismissal? Maybe. Absolutely reversible error on appeal. This is disgraceful. And you know who thinks so too? Not just me. Hold on. There's a retired judge. She was 20 years on the bench in Massachusetts. Her name is Carol Erskine, Erskine. And she tweeted yesterday. Let me find it. One moment. Maybe it was a reply to somebody. Hang on. I'll find it, but she's not happy about it. She said there's been more horrible rulings in this case. Than she's seen on her 20 years on the bench. I'll have to find it because I think it's in a reply. She doesn't tweet that much. I thought I saved it, but she's outraged too. And she's not even taking sides on whether Karen Reed is guilty or not. But she's outright outraged by the judge's decisions and the judge's behaviors, and as are we. Stacy, just started following you over the weekend. I'm a truck driver. Been listening to you all day this week. Thanks for keeping us informed. Much appreciated. Thank you, Stacy. Drive safely. I have to put a disclaimer on this show because a lot of you guys are driving 18-wheelers and you're on construction sites on scaffolding and you're operating machinery. I don't want to cause anybody to be injured. Safety first. Heather, does the sneaker DNA and lack of John O'Keefe's DNA being present open the door to not being JOK's sneaker? That's a great thought. I didn't even think of that. 5 different types of DNA on John's sneaker and none of them match his own. That's crazy. Wouldn't this DNA be prominent if it was his sneaker? Well, you would think his DNA would be prominent. You know who's a great person to ask? Ed Wallace. And I'm sure they're going to do a show on all of this stuff tonight. Because that's his jam, is forensic evidence and the collection of it and the testing of it. And he teaches law enforcement departments across the country how to do it. He's the guy. Kimberly put this in early this morning. Can you please explain how the defense had violations regarding ARCA? I'm so confused on what they did when the prosecution had the same information from the FBI. Well, now they're talking about a different issue. Now they're talking about the supplemental report of ARCA that is rebutting the testimony from, or the reports from these guys at Aperture, Justin Burgess and Welcher. Brennan is whining that it's so much that his experts can't review it in time, even though the judge said they could have their supplemental report in by something like May 7th. It's not late. Brennan now wants to change his entire timeline based on Ian Whiffen's testimony, and it's a problem. It's a big problem. Many of you pointed out. Thank you, Becky, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. Thank you, Kelly, for your 20s. Says, thank you for reading my daughter Brianna's birthday super chat yesterday. You're the best. I've known Mark Betterow since childhood and was his prom date. Oh, here's Kelly. Kelly Carolyn, Mark Betterow's prom date. That's awesome. He has always been a classy, great stand-up and wonderful human. I know. He's one of my besties now. I love him too. The love for Mark Betterow. His prom date is here. Midnight Mike, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. Victoria Rose said earlier, can't wait to hear the defense on the proctored video and Mr. Connor and Mr. Keefe. Well, they put a stipulation in early this morning. I'm behind on super chats, but they did stipulate that it was Proctor, not Proctor. Proctor was not at the autopsy. It was Connor Keefe and another guy by the name of, gotta go back to my notes now, Watson. Another guy by the name of Watson. Watson and Connor Keefe were at the autopsy. Proctor was not. But we haven't heard anything about that one frame in the video where people just, two ghosts appeared. It looked like the same person to me. We found it. Elizabeth, thank you so much for your 10. I appreciate your very super nice compliments. CC Strong, thank you for your super sticker. Sidebar, Buffs and Rams fan. Sunrise on the Flatirons is beautiful today. Oh, I miss it every day. I miss Boulder every day. Libra wanted to know if the Sallyport has a dog. I don't think so. Does anybody know? I do not think so. Thank you very much. Thank you, JB. JB, thank you for emailing me. Okay, this is Carol Erskine's tweet. Thank you. I got it here. That's a screenshot of it, though. Let me see if I can get the link. Thank you, Pierce. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Pierce and JB. Both of you sent this to me, so I appreciate you so. You're so collaborative, and we love you. She tweeted this when last night. And it says the following. Here's the jury instruction the judge gave to the jurors at the start, describing her role. My job as the judge in this case is to make sure the case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. Does anyone really believe the case is being tried fairly in accordance with the law if the judge allows in this amended report? I agree with Attorney Alessi. This issue makes it a trial by ambush, and if allowed, I agree the defense should be screaming for a mistrial. I will be surprised if she allows it because the potential to be overturned on appeal is so great. The idea that the defendant has no time to prepare an adequate defense to an amended report mid-trial is, in my view, an egregious and indefensible violation of Reed's Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial. As always, I take no side on what the verdict should be in this case. That's for the jury. Carol Erskine spent 20 years on the bench in Massachusetts as a Massachusetts judge, and she is not happy about what's going on here. Sierra McSweeney is here, and she says, on behalf of myself and Brian Camp and his family, we hope justice prevails for Karen the way it did for him. Oh, that makes me want to cry, Sierra. And Sierra is the friend that made the GoFundMe for Brian Camp and family. Thank you, Sierra, so much for being here. We want to see it too. Just Iris says, can you comment on Aperture needing to align with Ian Whiffen? Is it me, or is this not saying it's all BS? It's not you. It's not you, but Brennan doesn't want anybody to think that there's anything wrong with that. But of course, it's all BS, and they changed their timeline during the first trial too. And listen, if you can't prove your case on your case in chief, then you need to not prosecute it, or you need to just dismiss the charges. Belfast in the house. Hi, Annie. Thank you. Old Irish singer. Song is Stop the World and Let Me Off. Declan Nerney. Brennan is a wild buck from the Ice Age. Thank you, Annie. My ring video stopped working on that night. Wants to know if we're going to find out whether she's going to allow it. We just heard them arguing again. So she apparently hasn't made her decision, and it is impossible for this judge to rule on anything from the bench other than not recusing herself before the first trial. That is one of the very few rulings she's made from the bench. And it's disturbing to say the least. To say the very least, it's disturbing. Corrupt at worst, disturbing at least. Good morning, Kimberly. She went to Stop and Shop yesterday and made the guy give me a Stop and Shop bag to take home because she's on Long Island. at a wedding or visiting. That's hilarious. How do I feel yesterday went? I think that the medical examiner for the Commonwealth was the best witness so far for the defense. She said John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There's no evidence that he was hit by a car, and that the changes to the interior lining of his stomach, those small gastric ulcers, could have been caused by alcohol consumption rather than hypothermia. I thought she was amazing. Cubby Bear, socks in the picture at the hospital. Socks would have Chloe's hair. Yep. Proving he was in the house and game over. Yep. Socks missing, which any other investigation would become evidence, reasonable doubt. Yeah, in fact, somebody sent me the diagram from the medical examiner yesterday that she did say she received his body with the socks on. I don't know where they went. I just don't know. But again, more reasonable doubt. Laura wants to know, why can't the unknown DNA be tested through a DNA bank? 23andMe and those other companies are not supposed to do that. Each state has different laws on it. It's a great question for Ed Wallace and Duty Ron later. So I'm sure they'll be talking all about DNA. And then Brenda says, is he referring to DNA in the blood was 3 different contributors or just DNA in general? No, the DNA on that stain. And why can't they test it now? Can the defense request a test? Well, I want to remind you guys that when the defense asked to go to Bodie Labs for some sort of, just to watch the testing, you guys remember that? It was going to cost something like $25,000 just for them to be present at Bodie Lab and watch the testing. I think what the witness said was that the samples of DNA were not suitable for testing. And so again, those are going to be great questions for Duty Ron and Ed Wallace later on tonight. I'm not a DNA expert, and I don't claim to be. Julia says, can the FBI get that DNA? Get the DNA from the McAlberts and test it. Can the FBI get that DNA? I don't know why some of these super chats come through twice, like they repeat themselves. Again, the DNA can pretty much, the FBI can pretty much do whatever they want. Have they done that? I don't know. They followed around Rex Heuermann for a while, the Long Island serial killer, alleged Long Island serial killer, and got his DNA off a pizza crust they took out of a garbage can, and they saw him throw the pizza crust in there. He was a suspect. The McCabe's and the Alberts are not suspects, and so nothing was ever done. Their DNA was never collected. And again, save all these DNA questions for later for Duty Ron and Ed. Cynthia, did they compare the unknown DNAs to each other? No, because the samples apparently were not sufficient for testing. Suitable for testing. Chloe Alba's Revenge says there's video of Karen touching John, but all the contributing DNA is male DNA. I don't know if they said all of it was male. Right? I think some of them just said unknown contributors. I don't know if they specifically said male or female. Safe to say all that came from later after they parted ways. Reasonable doubt. All of this stuff leads to reasonable doubt. And the jury is younger. And I think they're catching on. Dr. Crosby's dog reconstruction expert, or Dr. Crosby, dog reconstruction expert, says evidence log photos. Socks were never logged. Shoes have 2 different wear patterns and dirt on the bottom. Side shot shows different heights. Thank you. Abacus Lynch, regarding the Commonwealth changing the timeline, Spanky should have done what Lally did in the first trial, just changed it in his closing without any basis. Remember, Trooper Paul insisted 12:45 a.m. and Lally said 12:30 a.m. at closing. Well, the problem is they want one of their experts to now testify to a whole new timeline because something like John O'Keefe's phone was 29 seconds off. It drifted. I have no idea. I haven't seen the report, but the whole thing is insane, don't you think, Abacus? Thanks for your super chat. Sweet Caroline is here and says, not that Bev would allow it, but oh, if she could be asked to look at the photo from the ring camera of the taillight, does that taillight appear to be broken to you? Well, that video appears to be altered to me. But again, I'm not a video expert. I'm just a lawyer with over 3 decades of experience in New York, sharing my outrage right now. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict says, I'm sorry, if I'm a juror, I want to know how you find his dark cell phone but no red taillight around his body. With all the people around, cops, Kerry, EMS, how? Well, Kerry's the one who found the cell phone, allegedly. Wasn't even law enforcement that found the cell phone. Denise points out so many people, including Ed Wallace, have stated not enough force that pieces would have gone inward, not fly all over. Yeah, he tried to break it with a hammer and it didn't work. Cheryl says, does anyone find it strange that all DNA was male DNA? As an RN, I find that extremely odd. Again, I'm not sure. I mean, there were so many pieces that they talked about, so much evidence. I thought some of them, they just said it was 5 unknown contributors. Some of them, when they pointed to a gender though, the person always said male. So yeah. Odd. Snarky, snark, snark, snark. John O'Keefe's arm must be bionic to shatter polycarbonate halide. Yes. Sledgehammer is on the list, Dog Mama. Thank you. It's already on there. I love Peter Gabriel. Mickey, random thought. I'd always wondered about small j for Jeep on John's head, but I can think of one bossy female that might carry a keychain or a phone case with her initial, let's say it 3 times, Jen, 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 Jen. That's interesting because there's a mark of a J on the back of his head, above his head wound, right? Or to the side of his head wound. Amy, to me, this sounds like all these pieces may not be from the same taillight because they don't fit together. Sus. We'll see. You're going to see the reconstruction. Hopefully they're going to get to it today. Maria Dabona, thank you for your $50 super sticker. That is so kind and generous of you. I appreciate you so much. It's awfully sweet. Thank you, Marie. Free Karen Reed says, yes, the info Commonwealth has, they've had since the case began. They couldn't have found their experts a long time ago to prove their timeline before they brought the case to court. No, because it keeps changing. It keeps changing. Vi Craven says, I keep going back to why Brian Albert filled in his pool. It wasn't Brian Albert who filled in his pool. It was Tim Albert, his brother. So let's not spread any misinformation. And so that's just not accurate. His brother Tim filled in his pool, but yes, Brian Albert did sell his house. Brennan's motion for a do-over. Oh, I like that username. Did they only find trace DNA or blood of DNA on his clothes from unknowns? I haven't heard yet if they've done any confirmatory blood sampling. So when they're talking about these stains, they're not saying whether they were blood or dirt or grass. I have the same questions. How long is this break going to be? They didn't say. If it was skin cell DNA, if it was blood, I don't know. Don't they usually tell us that? Anne is listening from Australia in the middle of the night. In Australia, this is how enraged Ann Holt is. You are truly dedicated, Anne. Matt, in the U.S., a corporation is a person, and apparently Alexis has a DNA profile. Apparently. Thanks, Matt. Claire S. from Canada. Another creator has the Lexus taillight unit and will be experimenting this weekend. He hopes to prove Karen Reed did not hit John O'Keefe. If you're talking about BN Trouble 31, we love him here. We watch his videos together. Thanks, Claire. Christopher McVeigh. Hi, I'm enjoying the coverage. How about Elvis Costello's Watching the Detectives for the playlist? It's already on there, dude. It's already on there. I mean, I'll take your 10. But it's been there since last year. Thank you so much. Love a little Elvis Costello. And it's there. Norman says it's nice to see my head is still attached. Oh, it's my pleasure to share my day with you. What else would I be doing except screaming at the TV by myself? Cubby Bear. God bless Enrique Delgado Garcia. I hope the jurors are familiar with that case. Well, there's been no info on how he died yet, right? How many witnesses were there during that fight in the Massachusetts State Police Academy? No news on him yet, right? It's horrific. Kathy says Yuri Buchanan testified that he was at the autopsy. I don't recall, but apparently there were only 2, and it was stipulated it was Connor Keefe and Watson. So Yuri must have misspoken, but I don't recall. Life as a 40-something says, hey, thanks for your coverage of this case. I'm in the UK and tuning into your channel daily. Thanks for keeping it classy. Thank you. Thank you, Life as a 40-something. Kelly, is that tweet from the judge that wrote the book on Harmony Montgomery's case? I think so. I think it is. If so, I sat next to her. I met her at the Monster Adam Montgomery sentencing. Really? She's awesome. I believe that is her. Right, you guys? Everyone is saying yes. Buchanan did say that he was at the autopsy. I'm going to have to go back and confirm that for myself. Flagpole Secret, thanks for your 20. This trial hits deep. My cousin was, I think it says liked, but my cousin was killed in a motorcycle accident by a man who was drunk. He knew the judge and recused after setting bond at $100. He knew the other judge as well and didn't serve time. I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry. So you get it, right? You see what's going on here. Many people have trouble believing that there can be corruption in law enforcement. And those of us who live in certain places like on Long Island know that it can happen. Our district attorney, Tom Spoda, I think he's still in federal prison. He may have just been released from federal prison, but the chief of police in Suffolk County, James Burke, also went to jail. Both of them went to prison for corruption, cover-ups. It can happen. And if you don't believe that, take a look at the Catholic Church scandal. How many people did that involve? And how many of those people kept that scandal a secret for decades? Thank you, Warpig 1958, for your super generous $50. I'm a longtime voyeur and first-time participant. Long time? First time. I've been watching you since the first trial. I'm recently retired, and I've been watching you every day. I'm hopelessly addicted. Free Karen Reed. Justice for John O'Keefe. Keep up the fabulous work. Thank you so much. Isn't retirement the best? I'm so glad that I'm helping you keep your days busy when you're not maybe playing golf. It's not really golf weather. Well, I mean, it could be golf weather, right? Thank you so much. That was super generous of you, and I appreciate it more than you know. Brennan's Big Binders, aka Tammy Tebow, is saying, my daughter-in-law has failed the bar here in Massachusetts 3 times, but was the youngest to graduate with a law degree in the country. That's amazing. I'm starting to think it's Massachusetts and not her. They'd be embarrassed if she was acting like Brennan. Yeah. The youngest ever to graduate with a law degree. I'd love to know how old she is. All right. It seems like they're back. Well, focusing on something else now, like the fan. Okay. Sound is up. Look at this username. Does Bev use a Dyson? I don't know. It is the best. It is the best hair tool out there. The Air Wrap. Highly recommend. Worth every penny. Thank you, Lynn, for your super sticker.
Close the session, please be seated.
They're out, Mike.
All right, so Mix Valera, I'm going to ask you that you speak right into your microphone when you answer, if you could, please.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mix Valera,
Are we still on direct? We are, right?
we
Yeah.
talked about sort of the physical match or mechanical fit analysis that you did with regard to each of the items individually, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain for the jury the process that you undertook in your physical match analysis between different item numbers?
So between different items, amongst the questioned ones, I only compared the pieces that were large enough to have a label on them. Some pieces were quite small. I utilized several benches and divided them up into sections for each item, and individually pulled out all of those pieces. And then I had another bench where I did the actual comparison. I started with all the pieces of the same color and looked to see if any of those had potential edges that could match.
Now, with respect to items 715 and 716, did you do a physical match analysis between those two separate items?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to in relation to your physical match analysis between item 715 and item 716?
2 pieces from item 7-15, F and H, fit mechanically with 2 pieces from item 7-16, F and G.
And what, if any, conclusion were you able to draw with reference to the physical match between pieces from item 715 and pieces from item 716?
Those 4 pieces were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
Now, Ms. Vallier, what physical match analysis did you do with reference to items 7-6 and 7-11?
So 1 piece from item 7-6, piece B, fit mechanically with 1 piece from item 7-11, piece D. So those 2 pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
And Ms. Vallier, with reference to items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from any physical match analysis you did between pieces from those 3 items?
So 2 pieces from item 7-8, pieces C and D, 1 piece from item 7-9, piece A, and 1 piece from 7-16, piece E were found to have a mechanical fit. So those pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
Lastly, for this section, at some point did you do a physical match analysis for the glass pieces in items 7-12 and 7-14?
Yes.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from your physical match analysis between 7-12 and 7-14?
There was no physical match between the glass pieces from, or parent glass pieces from 7-12 and the glass piece from item 7-14.
Now, Ms. Vallier, are you aware that there was an additional analysis that was done with respect to glass pieces and other glass pieces that you didn't examine in your analysis at your lab?
I know that there was other trace work done. I'm not sure exactly what the work was.
Okay. And do you know who performed that additional trace work?
Christina Hanley.
And who is she to you as far as in reference to your work at the lab?
She's my supervisor.
Now, with regard to each of these items individually, they came as labeled in individual bags as we demonstrated on the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to those bags, did you note any particular date associated on the front of those bags?
That's documented in my photos.
And all I'm asking here is that with respect to each of those bags of items, whether they be 3-1, 7-4, 7-5 or 6 or 8, many of those bags had different dates on them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received those items in that bag, you essentially removed the items from those individual bags, placed them on the table, and examined them, correct?
Yes.
And that examination included a microscopic examination?
Yes.
Now, with respect to any of those items, there were some items that pieces within the same bag that had the same date on that bag did not fit together mechanically, correct?
Yes.
However, there were items from one bag collected on one date that did fit mechanically with items from another bag collected on another date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 3-1. Again, for the jury, what is the physical description associated with item 3-1?
Item, passenger side taillight, Massachusetts 3GC684.
Now, did you perform a physical match analysis with pieces from item 3-1, 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16.
I compared them, yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to from your analysis, your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and all of the items beginning with the number 7?
There was a physical match with, do you want me to list?
If you
all
could,
of them?
please.
Okay. So 2 pieces from item 7-5, 4 pieces from item 7-8, 1 piece from item 7-10, 4 pieces from item 7-11, 2 pieces from item 7-12, 2 pieces from item 7-13, 4 pieces from item 7-15, and 4 pieces from item 7-16 were found to fit mechanically with item 3-1.
And what, if any, conclusions were you then able to draw from your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and each of those respective items beginning with the number 7?
Those pieces were once together as part of a larger unit.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There, I'm showing you 3 additional photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
This is a comparison between item 3-1 and those pieces from all of the other pieces.
Your Honor, call out the seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A, B, and C.
Is there any objections to any?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibit 182, A and C.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2096. Ms. Gilman, yes. If you could even zoom in just a little bit more on the item itself. Ms. Vallier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So those pieces that I labeled from item 7 all of those, they all fit together mechanically into this piece.
And as far as earlier, you were testifying as far as the label maker and the different various pieces that you would label throughout the process of your physical match analysis. Do you see these in this photograph as well?
I do.
And where are they located with reference to the reconstructed piece above?
They're those little white rectangles on the piece.
So what's depicted here is the mechanical fit between items 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16, correct?
Not items 7-8 and 7-14, but the other ones, yes.
And why not those two?
They didn't fit mechanically with the other pieces.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2150. And again, if you could just zoom in a little. And Ms. Vallier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So on the right side was that piece that was just shown. And on the left side is item 3-1.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have 2151. Again, if you could zoom in on that item just a little. And Ms. Vallier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So that's that right piece on top of the tail light from the previous photo.
Crazy how they all fit together, isn't it?
And is this the mechanical fit that you were testifying about earlier with reference to item 3-1, the tail light housing, and all of the various pieces that were found in 34 Fairview, starting with the number 7?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Ms. Vallier, lastly, in reference, did you also receive some debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
Yes.
Oh, the
And
debris.
Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on.
Debris
Thank
that
you
was
very
put in
much.
the same bag with the taillight pieces. Got
And
it.
what did you find
all
contained within that
scraped
debris
together.
from John O'Keefe's clothing?
So it was 5 different items. So it was debris collected from, labeled as coming from the clothing. There was mostly debris, some apparent fibers.
Dog hair?
Were there any pieces of apparent plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
Was there dirt contained within the debris?
Yes.
And that debris was labeled as an item 17-18.18. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And what is it that you did with the debris from the gray long sleeve shirt and the orange t-shirt?
So those were all packaged in like glassine folds. And I looked through it and documented it.
When you say you documented it, did you look at it under a microscope?
Yes.
So you did an examination under a microscope, is that correct?
Yes.
There's a
And
grab
did you
bag.
measure some of those items contained within the debris?
Yes.
Specifically, did you measure items of apparent clear plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
Oh, clear
And
plastic.
what did you measure those items to be?
This is where the hate Karen Reed people pulled their theory that taillight was embedded in John's clothing. Remember, she scraped the clothing, Maureen Hartnett, and she put all the scrapings of debris into one little, what looked like a chewing tobacco tin. And then they were all put in the same bag with a whole bunch of other stuff. Means nothing to me. Does it mean anything to you? A human arm cannot shatter a taillight, and polycarbonate does not shatter into microscopic pieces. So there's that.
Piece of clear apparent plastic. The piece of clear apparent plastic was approximately 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch.
And
That's
once you had
microscopic, isn't
conducted
it?
your preliminary analysis of those items, where did those items go?
I did no further examination on this myself. Christina Hanley might have examined some of these further.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Oh,
Yannetti?
yay, King David.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to first talk fairly briefly about your reconstruction of the taillight to which you've testified. At the outset, by the way, that was item 7-3.1. Am I correct?
Sorry, for which one?
That's the taillight, this 7-3.1. Am I correct?
3-1, I believe.
7-3-1.
The taillight is item 3-1.
Oh, 3-1. I'm so sorry. Okay. With regard to that particular item, your lab has different departments, correct? Criminalists who do different things, correct?
Yes.
You are aware that there are scientists within your lab who do DNA analysis, for instance, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And with regard to the order of processing items, is the DNA analysis done before or after you get the item?
It's usually before.
Okay. In this case, it was before. Am I correct?
I believe so.
Were you made aware that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight, 3-1?
You made aware of that?
No.
Once you reconstructed the taillight, you'll agree with me that it was missing a piece, correct? Or pieces?
There was an empty spot on the overall reconstruction, yes.
Were you ever provided with any pieces of taillight that would have filled in that missing spot?
No.
Were you ever provided or told about any pieces recovered from 1 Meadows Ave in Canton?
No.
Were you ever told about a collision at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton? In any case, you'll agree with me, there was no glass in that taillight at all, correct?
Within the taillight, I classified them as apparent plastic pieces.
There's no glass as part of the taillight, correct?
I mean, it depends on what you call, like, the bulbs usually have glass as far as I'm aware.
Those are very, very thin glass though, correct? Those bulbs?
Yes.
Now, your lab received.
Remember the clip that Spanky played of Karen Reed talking to a reporter saying that she picked out tiny pieces of her taillight and dropped them in the driveway at 1 Meadows when she realized that she cracked her taillight backing into John's car? Yeah, those are the pieces that are mysteriously missing apparently from this reconstruction.
Clothing in connection with this case, you've testified to that, correct?
I received the debris labeled as coming from the clothing. I never saw the clothing at all.
Right, but you're aware that your lab received clothing before the debris got to you, correct?
Yes.
And your understanding was that that was John O'Keefe's clothing in which he was found on January 29th of 2022, correct?
It's labeled as coming from him. I'm not sure of the date that it was found.
Okay. You understand the procedure of that goes on at your lab when it receives evidence?
Yes.
And you know that once clothing is brought to your lab, it's given evidence numbers, correct?
Yes.
And then one of your colleagues at the lab handled the clothing and or examined it, correct, before it came to you?
Yes.
And your understanding is that one of your colleagues retrieved debris from those items of clothing and then packaged it in a fold before it got to you, correct?
Yes.
You then open up the fold and you look at the debris, correct?
Yes.
You never saw that debris inside the clothing, correct?
Correct.
And the pieces of clothing that come in are given evidence numbers when your lab receives them, correct?
Yes.
For instance, the orange t-shirt was given or was named item number 7-17.
Yes.
And the gray long sleeve shirt was item 7-18, correct?
Yes.
And your lab is accredited, correct?
Yes.
There is a complete chain of custody from the moment the clothing was brought to the lab to when the debris was removed from the clothing, ultimately to when you're in court today handling the items, correct?
Yes, our in-lab chain of custody extends from when we receive it to when the submitting agent is returned to the submitting agency.
Okay. And you have complete confidence that the chain of custody at your lab is effective at making sure that the evidence does not get lost or mixed up or contaminated, right?
I mean, chain of custody is meant to track where a piece of evidence is. The evidence unit also does inventories and audits to make sure that things are where they're supposed to be.
And you have confidence in your lab's chain of custody policies and procedures, correct?
Yes.
But you'll agree that your lab cannot control who handled the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
Yes.
There are times in which crime scene technicians or criminalists from your lab actually participate in the search for evidence at a crime scene, do they not?
Some of the people at the lab are crime scene responders, yes.
There are times when they actually take custody of evidence. Again, I'm talking about people from your lab, professionals. They take custody right from the crime scene and transport that evidence to your lab, correct?
Yes.
In those circumstances, your lab would have a complete chain of custody from discovery to seizure to testing or whatever comparison you're doing until you release the items, correct?
Yes, but the electronic chain of custody doesn't start until that item is entered into our LIMS system at the lab.
Right, but when it's entered in, it would be entered in as having been seized by somebody from your lab, correct? In the hypothetical that I'm giving you.
Yeah, there's an evidence submission form that says that this crime scene responder submitted it to the laboratory.
There are other cases, however, when the evidence is brought to your lab by the police, correct?
Yes.
Local departments have access to your lab?
For evidence drop-off, yes.
The state police have access to your lab for evidence drop-off?
Yes.
And in this case, it was not a criminalist or other professional from your lab who seized the clothing and brought it to your lab, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a record of that in your report in terms of who it was that brought the material to your lab?
I could look at the evidence submission form to see who.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay.
Libra says about the dog in the Sallyport that she said, I asked because in that Sallyport video, there's a dog laying down near the water bottles. Is that Chloe? Dog never moves its mouth and is red. I didn't notice that. I did not notice that. Why are we on the fan again? Vi says, we are glad you're retired. You're in your element. And as a natural has a lot to. We're fair, honest, and very helpful narrating this debacle. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for watching, Vi Craven. Thanks on top. Red's daughter says, this case is another reason why law enforcement and first responders should be required to have their DNA on file. Helps eliminate any doubt as to who it is. Well, Proctor and Buchanan did eventually voluntarily give up their DNA. Somebody asked whether all law enforcement officers' DNA was in CODIS, and I don't know for sure, but I tend to think absolutely no. And in fact, after the samples are used for this particular case of law enforcement, they are destroyed.
Do you have
So-
that with you now, Mr. Keefe?
I do.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Yannetti.
Having reviewed your reports, can you testify to the jury about who it was that brought this evidence into the lab?
So you can tell us.
Okay. So submission 7, all the items that are 7- was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor.
There it is, Proctor.
Were you
The
aware of
ghost.
the date of the incident that gave rise to this case?
Yes.
And what was that date?
January 29th, 2022.
Were you aware that the clothing that you received was seized from the Good Samaritan Hospital that very day?
No.
What date was the clothing brought to your lab?
March 14th, 2022.
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of course, you can't speak to the chain of custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited 6 weeks to bring this clothing to your lab, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period? Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Yannetti.
Move on, Mr. Yannetti.
You were not present when the clothing was seized, correct?
Correct.
You did not have custody of this clothing from January 29th of 2022 to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You do not know what was done with the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
You've covered this, Mr. Yannetti. Move on, please.
One
We've
last
covered
question.
this, Mr. Yannetti.
You cannot vouch for how the clothing or taillight pieces were handled before they got to your lab, correct?
I cannot.
Anything further, Mr. Lally, or are you all set? Okay. I'm not curving it.
Anything further, Mr. Lally, or are you all set?
Mr. Lair, there is a separate evidence unit contained within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say you have absolutely nothing to do with that, correct?
I'm not a part of that unit.
And so your responsibility as far as chain of custody is concerned is from when you retrieve the item during your analysis and then when you return the item to the evidence unit, correct?
Correct.
And from that analysis that you performed, you found that there were 10 different items, starting with the number 7, that were a mechanical fit to 3-1, the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
If it's 10 items, I don't have, I can count them.
Okay. As far as all those items beginning with 7 that you went through or elucidated on your direct examination, each of those were a mechanical fit to each other and then to the taillight housing in 3-1.
The pieces that were previously stated, yes.
Nothing further.
All right. Else
Piney Woods thinks the case should be dismissed with prejudice, period, full stop. Thank you, Piney Woods.
All right, so jurors, that is it for today.
That's it for today.
When I spoke with counsel earlier that we are still on track.
That's it for today.
I tell you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone.
It's, you know,
don't do
half a
any
day.
independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be extra careful with your social media use. And also, I just want to remind you, next week, Thursday is a half day and Friday is a day off. All right, so we'll see you on Monday.
We didn't have notice of this half day. All right, so it seems to be a half day. I don't know. Are they going to argue some motions or something after this?
So before we recess, I appreciate that council provided me with the information. Mr. Alessi, I got the 2 reports that you had that were incorporated and what the Commonwealth had given me a few minutes before, but I appreciate that it was pointed out here. We've had full argument on this yesterday and today. My findings for the record are that the defendant has not persuaded me of undue surprise or unfair prejudice by this information, and I don't find that there's delayed disclosure. Of course, all of this is ample game for cross-examination.
Bullshit.
Certainly as to what Mr. Burgess knew, what he looked at, why he looked at it, when he looked at it, why he changed his report, and violation of the sequestration order is all for cross-examination, and I will give you a lot of leeway with that, Mr. Alessi, but I'm not having a voir dire on that.
Here's the thing. They're allowed to have a lot of leeway anyway on cross-examination, you dumbass.
Mr. Alessi, I can tell you, obviously, you've got a great facility for cross-examining on the underlying information here. You've done fulsome cross-examinations. I have every confidence you can do it here again. But if after the direct, you demonstrate that you need further time, I'll certainly hear you on that. And more importantly, perhaps, if you feel that the testimony of Jen McCabe and the others that you've mentioned is critical and that you need to recall them, I'll hear you on that as well.
You need to recall them?
So
that looks bad to the jury.
Dr. Welcher, as my understanding, the request yesterday was for, and it's been a request, I think, a few days. We've addressed it at sidebar, and I found that it wasn't the right time. Let's see how much Dr. Welcher could go through. I understand Dr. Welcher will testify in the Commonwealth's case in chief next week or so, Mr. Brennan.
Hopefully next week, if not,
All right.
the day after the holiday.
And that will be for all of the material that was provided to the defendant initially, right, by the Commonwealth's discovery deadline?
Correct.
And what you're asking for is that after ARCA testifies the new information, you're asking for rebuttal, right?
Yes, limited to the new information.
All right, so I would allow under these circumstances a limited rebuttal, and we can define the scope after we hear the testimony of ARCA. So those are my rulings. Your objections were noted. I'll see everybody on Monday.
I don't know if this is something that they can take an immediate appeal to the SJC on, but that would be money well spent because this is bullshit. This would never happen in any other courtroom in any other part of this country. And I am outraged, and you should be too. And sorry, Jesse Weber, but I'm turning you off. I need to hear that ruling one more time because my head is in Connecticut right now. So This is insane. We just read the retired judge's tweet that said that if this is allowed, yeah, grounds for appeal if needed. It doesn't matter. Witnesses have already testified. This is the timeline they have chosen for this trial. And now they are completely changing their timeline based on the time drifting BS that Whiffen testified to, and everything is screwed up. No, recalling these witnesses again does not help the defense. It makes them look bad in front of the jury. This whole thing is what a nightmare. What a nightmare. I want to hear this BS again and then we're gonna look for some people tweeting about it and see if anybody else is absolutely outraged as I am. I need to calm down. Like Taylor Swift says, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. This is insane. The fix is in. The world is watching. And this is an embarrassment to everyone who practices law, to every person who fights for justice and chooses to do this for a living. This is a personal affront. And personally, my soul is hurt by this. Listen.
Jury.
One more time. I'm not going to talk because I screamed through the whole thing. So I need to hear this again.
So before we recess, I appreciate that council provided me with the information. Mr. Alessi, I got the 2 reports that you had that were incorporated and what the Commonwealth had given me a few minutes before, but I appreciate that it was pointed out here. We've had full argument on this yesterday and today. My findings for the record are that the defendant has not persuaded me of undue surprise or unfair prejudice by this information, and I don't find that there's delayed disclosure. Of course, all of this is ample game for cross-examination, certainly as to what Mr. Burgess knew, what he looked at, why he looked at it, when he looked at it, why he changed his report, and violation of the sequestration order is all for cross-examination, and I will give you a lot of leeway with that,
Not
Mr.
even a
Alessi,
voir
but I'm
dire.
not having a voir dire on that. Mr. Alessi, I can tell you, obviously, you've got a great facility for cross-examining on the underlying information here. You've done fulsome cross-examinations. I have every confidence you can do it here again. But if after the direct, you demonstrate that you need further time, I'll certainly hear you on that. And more importantly, perhaps, if you feel that the testimony of Jen McCabe and the others that you've mentioned is critical and that you need to recall them, I'll hear you on that as well. So regarding Dr. Welcher, as my understanding, the request yesterday was for, and it's been a request, I think, a few days. We've addressed it at sidebar, and I found that it wasn't the right time. Let's see how much Dr. Welcher could go through. I understand Dr. Welcher will testify in the Commonwealth's case in chief next week or so, Mr. Brennan.
Hopefully next week, if not
All right.
the day after the holiday.
And that will be for all of the material that was provided to the defendant initially, right, by the Commonwealth's discovery deadline?
Correct.
And what you're asking for is that after ARCA testifies the new information, you're asking for rebuttal, right?
Yes, limited to the new information.
All right, so I would allow under these circumstances a limited rebuttal, and we can define the scope after we hear the testimony of ARCA.
Wow.
So those are my rulings. Your objections were noted.
Yeah.
I'll see everybody on
Go to
Monday.
hell. Everyone, we're in hell. This is the fresh hell that we expected today. I didn't expect this because even retired judges of 20 years are saying there's no way that she can allow this amended report. There's no way.
Hey there,
And,
Karen Reed, trial watcher.
You saw it. You saw it. Bettero just posted a meme that says, it's Chinatown, Jake. That's it. Forget it, Jake. It's Chinatown. That's what he says all the time. And then he put up 51 minutes ago the poster to the movie Gaslight, which is also appropriate. And he said earlier, an hour ago, rather than ask for 4 days, the defense should be moving for a mistrial. It isn't just about prepping upcoming witnesses. They have been substantially prejudiced by their preparation and examination of the prior witnesses, combined with the court's ridiculous decision to preclude the defense from addressing ARCA in their opening. And keep in mind also that this judge said that they can't have a voir dire of this Judson Welcher. And yet she allowed a 2 full day voir dire on Dr. Marie Russell, 2 full days. And she forced the ARCA witnesses to come in and be voir dired on alleged text messages with the defense. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Every second in the timeline here counts. That is the entire crux of the prosecution's case. And they're just allowed to change it mid-trial after Jennifer McCabe and other percipient witnesses have testified. This is insane. This is outrageous. You should be outraged. I am outraged. Don't worry, Mr. Alessi, you can clean it up on cross. Isn't that the same excuse that she gave about not allowing FBI procedural expert Michael Easter to testify? Because police procedure, proper police procedure is within the KEN, the KEN, I'm just Ken, of the jury. They should understand what proper police procedure is. You don't need an expert for that. It's common knowledge. And by the way, you can just cross-examine the Commonwealth witnesses, the ones who did this sham of an investigation. And, you can just cross-examine them about how bad their investigation was. How has that worked out so far? Gallagher's retired. He doesn't care. He's going to toe the company line all the way back to Palm Beach or wherever the hell he lives, playing golf every day. Yuri Buchanan thinks they did a fantastic job. He's never going to admit that they did one thing wrong. Hey, we did the best we could under the circumstances. There was snow. There was snow. Yeah, we just collected the taillight pieces. We didn't call them down to photograph it because, there was a lot of them. We were just driving by. No big whoop. No big whoop. This is a miscarriage of justice. How much? I can't. I just can't. It is sickening. I am ill. There's a gag order, so Karen's attorneys can't talk about it. But you should be outraged and you should be out there. The buffer zone, I don't know if it's been changed. I don't know if it's the old buffer zone now. I can't figure it out. You just can't be loud, but you can be there. You can be there. You can put your clothes. I don't know even know if you're allowed to wear clothes that say free Karen Read inside the buffer zone, but you can be there. You can support. Last year when I was there, people traveled from across the world to come and support because the time is now. The time is now. Your constitutional rights in Massachusetts have all but evaporated. There are none. There are none. This will never be a fair trial. And that was the perfect example of why. I'm flummoxed. I am floored. I am never speechless, but this is Marjorie. Thank you for your Venmo. Says happy Friday. Thank you. This was sent obviously before this whole thing happened. Let's go to some questions. Is anybody else's head popped off? Thank you, Wags, for emailing me about a great artist that you found on X. I appreciate you. Anybody who is sending me like their homemade videos, I don't click on people's videos that they send me because one time my computer was attacked by Russian hackers. I'll never do that again. So please don't do that. Or photos. Classic overthinker. Andrew B noticed there was gum tissue on John O'Keefe when the sample was tested for dog DNA. Can't get into that right now. Trisha, my sister-in-law made a t-shirt for me. Taillights don't bite. I think I put all of these up before. And so they have been put up on the screen. Jalen says, have you seen the descriptions of the jurors' reactions? Yeah, I heard they were laughing. I heard they were making faces. And that seemed to be what the judge was saying this morning, like, stop making faces. Some people can't control their faces. Like, for example, my face has subtitles. And you say you feel there's no way this ends bad for Karen Read. We'll see, Jalen, we'll see. I'm sorry, I cannot allow that anxiety song to go on the playlist because I can't stand it. I hate it. I hate it with every bone in my being. It's on every single TikTok video, meme ever. Sorry, Ipsy Dixit, but I just can't allow it. Brooklyn Janet, if a judge is biased and showing poor decisions, is there a panel to reprimand or undo in some way the judge's errors? Well, that's what appeals are for. You have wide latitude, wide discretion. As you see, this judge's discretion is so wide that you could drive 10 buses through it, shoulder to shoulder. It's wild. I don't know what happened with that a-hole comment. I can't speculate. I have no idea. So I just really can't opine on that at all. Let's see where we were here. Patricia, shout out to your employees who now ask you every morning how Melanie is today because they can't watch my coverage like you can. Thank you so much. Wouldn't all the cops' DNA be in CODIS? Nope. Nope. That's only for convicted criminals as far as I know. So there's that. El Dundee wants to know why the defense couldn't obtain water bottles that Higgins or Bryan drank from to obtain their DNA. Yeah, it's just, I don't know that it would ever be allowed or admissible. But again, great question for Ed Wallace and Judy Ron. And I'm sure Ed Wallace has had his popped off and is somewhere in some country that he's going to have to go find it. But I'm sure they'll probably do something about this tonight. Greg said it's mind blowing. The detective didn't go ask for voluntary DNA samples from everyone in the house. Well, why would they do that? It's a Boston cop. He's not going to catch any shit, right? It's all in the text messages. It's all there. Tell him the guy never went in the house. Becky said, so why don't the sneakers have chunks taken out of them if they had been tested? I don't know. I think maybe the stains were able to have been retrieved with a swab, but honestly, I don't know the answer to that question. Ghost of the Sallyport says, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Octopoppet, if Bev allows the new report, the defense needs to make a vociferous and public record and call for a mistrial with prejudice. Well, we just saw it and we didn't see it happen. So maybe it'll be on paper. She just kind of sent everybody out of there. Wait, it was one piece of plastic? Not sure. Oh, thank you for the coffee, Pinky Promises. I haven't gotten to the coffees yet, but if I will in a moment. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Colin did it. Ipsy Dixit. Says, I thought that since the minute Bev ruled in favor of the defense for ARCA post-voir dire that she left the door open for Brennan to pull another hat trick later. You know, I was thinking that too. She didn't use it as one of her reasons though. Like, well, I allowed all of the oh, thank you, Suzanne. I do want to cover that. I allowed the stuff for ARCA, so, you know, turnabout is fair play sort of thing. Thank you, Patricia, for your super sticker. Mickey said, well, if there is a dog in the Sallyport, there's another way to get scratches on the bumper. Yeah, right? The crafty councilwoman, I hope the jury can see how Bev is manipulating the case. I mean, so obvious, right? They weren't present for what just happened. Thank you, Julie, for your suggestion. Sassy guinea pig mama. Cases like this are one reason qualified immunity should go away. If they have to worry about being held accountable, they might think twice, in my opinion. Yep. Big Hoss, they call it butcher paper because the Commonwealth butchers everything they touch. Yeah. Yeah, there's that. That's another reason. That is another reason. Thank you, Donna, for the 3 matcha lattes, for thanking me for all of my hard work. I appreciate you so much. Susie, thanks for the matcha latte. Says, love your show. Thank you, Susie. Jamie bought 3 matcha lattes. Says, love you, stay classy. It's not easy. It is not easy. Baking Mom bought 5 matcha lattes. Thank you for all you do. I love your insights and learn a lot from you. Thank you so much. B Harmony bought 5 matcha lattes and says, I love it when your head pops off. I can't. I've been trying to like get my voice back all week and it won't come back. It won't come back. And then I have this dopey throat spray and now it won't spray anymore. The spray is not working. And I have like 3 empty bottles. I poured this into here to get it to spray. I don't know. Maybe I can run it under hot water. I don't know. Thanks to all of you that sent me that baby's video because it's so cute and I love it so much. All right, back to the super chats. Cheers from Michael and Yvette from Texas. Enjoy a lavender matcha on us. A matcha and a wonderful weekend. Bev is heading to the Cape. Oh, you know she is. Half day Fridays. Head out to the Cape Fridays. That's where they're going. Go to Citizen has tears and goosebumps. I don't know when that was. Was that after what just happened? That was at 12:30. Yeah. Corey, Kangaroo Court times Koala Court. Check. This judge has that smooth brain energy. Mickey, I'm disgusted and outraged. Sorry for yelling, but yeah. Dennis the Menace, beach for Bev and the Canton mob. Hank Brennan's floating timeline. I haven't heard from Mark. I think he's in court today. His tweets have been short, but thank you for your 20 for asking me to get him on. I'm sure he'll be somewhere later screaming into a closet about it. If I can get him on later, I will. But I want to cover the Turk sentencing at 2 o'clock. And thank you, Suze, for sending me the Zoom link. And Law and Crime may be broadcasting it live. Does anybody know if Law and Crime is going to cover the Turk sentencing live? Hold on. I don't know. YouTube is glitchy now. Thank you. Thank you, Hank Brennan's floating timeline. That's a great username as well. And thank you for your 20. Mickey, they're determined to convict her and very worried because of this corruption. Jury's going to question the defense because of this. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that right now. Thank you for your super chat, though. Octopoppet, this guarantees the overturn on appeal. Yeah, but we don't want a conviction, and an appeal is only if there's a conviction. Unless there's a way to appeal it right now in the middle of trial. There's very, very narrow grounds for an interlocutory appeal in Massachusetts, which means an appeal while the trial is ongoing. And I don't know if it's possible. I have to think about it. Thank you, Judy. Jennifer, you probably answered this question and I missed it. Why is the trial ongoing when the medical examiner established that John O'Keefe's injuries were not compatible with a car hitting him? That's the entire accusation. Well, because it's up to a jury to decide who they believe. The jury is the finder of fact. Many people, far smarter than I, have said this case never should have been charged, never should have been prosecuted, because the way that the medical examiner testified is the same way she testified in front of the grand jury. However, here we are. But based on that testimony, this is up to the jury to decide. They are the finder of fact. Thanks for the great question. Brian Miller, the prosecution will object, as she will sustain everything. Prosecution will object, as she will sustain everything. Mickey, this is all about times, right? The whole case is the timeline. I can't believe this. Just like it's fair, Karen, because you get another trial, right? It's fair, Karen, because you get another trial. So there's no prejudice to you. And I don't believe that you've shown prejudice with regard to the late disclosure of this Rule 14, entirely different timeline for your whole entire case, prosecution, Commonwealth. No big whoop, no biggie. We're in the middle of trial. So many people have already testified. So many witnesses have already testified. All of your defense experts are now going to have to change their testimony, and you're going to have to spend more money now to go and have your experts revise their opinions. But who cares? You got a new trial, girl. You should be happy about it. Hold on, I just want to set up the 2 o'clock stream. This is today at 1:45. Praying to St. Jude, patron saint of hopeless and difficult cases. That's right. St. Jude is the patron saint of hopeless lost causes, right? He's never let you down, says Kim. No, I think Better Rose in court. I'm not sure, but I'm going to jump because I'm going to cover the Turk sentencing at 2. So I can't. I don't know where he is. I don't know. Eileen, who, if anyone, could put a stop to this case immediately or have Cannoni removed from the trial? Nobody. She has judicial discretion. She has judicial discretion. Arnerm, if you want to be admitted to the buffer zone, carry a sign identifying you as an updated timeline for the Commonwealth. I'll admit it. That's good. Reasonable doubt. Prosecution is railroading and the judge is in on it. Seneca, is Bev's ruling on the new expert report grounds for an interlocutory appeal? Could it be considered evidentiary in nature? Depends. It depends. Until I know what's They may move on paper to reconsider. They may be able to. Is it money well spent right now? I don't know. I mean, it's a decision. It's a strategy decision. Thank you for your 10. JJ became a member. The grounds are very, very slim. But because it's evidentiary, it may be. I have to look at the rule a little more closely. I'm in New York, and I remember looking at it a while ago. Oh, better I'll just tweet it again. See what he's got to say. The defense needs to immediately demand all communications between the prosecution and Aperture regarding the mid-trial changed opinion, right? Because remember, they got all the communications between ARCA and the defense team from however many years ago. The key now must be why this happened mid-trial after Whiffen testified. Yep, the jury is entitled to know what the prosecution went. The jury is entitled to know that the prosecution went from 1245 to 1231 to 1232, and that the timeline always moved after the prior one was exposed as inaccurate. The jury also needs to know about Trooper Paul's foolish and now rejected analysis. The full picture reveals just how desperate the prosecution is and how willing they have been to shapeshift to try to adapt to the evidence in real time. This is a national embarrassment. Thank you, Mark, for making me feel a little bit more validated. We usually agree on most things, and so that was my gut reaction too. Samantha, can ARCA review the new report and testify ahead of the Commonwealth's rebuttal? Yes, but again, money, more money, more money, more money. If you feel so inclined today that you were outraged enough to donate to the Karen Reed Defense Fund, the link is below in the show notes. I'm going to pin it. I'm going to pin it right now. Hang on. Tell them you are outraged. Everything costs money. Experts are really expensive. I can't even get to it right now. So many people must be yeah, there's an error. Why is there an error message on the defense fund? Is anybody able to access it right now? Hang on. Hold on a second. This is truly a battle between good and evil. It really, 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 really is. It really is. It's like David and Goliath in present day. And I can't, it's like The Handmaid's Tale combined with Severance, combined with it's overloaded. Okay. Come back later. I can't even put it in the chat because I can't access it. But the link is in the show notes below. Yeah, so they can, Samantha, but it's a problem because of all of the witnesses that have already testified. Lori, thank you. Inverted shoe. Can the defense present a witness that testifies that it can take several minutes or a phone to connect to Wi-Fi after entering a residence? I know mine does. Karen could have arrived at 12:32 to 12:36. Yes. But again, experts cost money. You guys have no idea. The FBI paid ARCA something like between $250,000 and $500,000 to do that reconstruction analysis. Buffalo Springfield is on the list. Megan, can the defense do anything about this insane ruling? What are their options? Reconsideration, interlocutory appeal, maybe. Keep making a record in the event of a conviction. This is, in my opinion, reversible error, in my opinion. Let's see if the judge has tweeted anything. Nothing recent. Why isn't the defense outraged? Oh, you know they're outraged. Of course they're outraged. No demand of dismissal. She wouldn't let anybody talk. She wouldn't let anybody talk. She just let everybody go. It can still happen. My face has subtitles. I would not have been able to control my anger, and I would have started screaming if it was my case and I was sitting at that defense table. Dr. Edward Moskowitz says Auntie Bev's face today showed a great deal of anger. Abacus flinch. Auntie Bev, I'll give you a lot of leeway. Crossing aperture. Alessi, so how often did you alter the time of collusion in your report? Bev, objection sustained. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. You're supposed to have wide latitude on cross anyway. That's what cross is supposed to be about. It's not supposed to be a special privilege. Du Maurier, I've been watching daily after finding you from the DUI guy. Oh, that's awesome. I might have missed it on the playlist, but suggesting Bob Dylan's Hurricane. I don't think it's on there, and I love that song, so motion granted. Leah says JCC people call some. I cannot in good faith tell people what to do with regard to, I'm an attorney. I should have not put that up before I saw what it was. And BB, I wish we could reach out to the defense and let them know we're here. I wish we could help you, but make no mistake, we ain't got no quit. That's the best way to do it. The best way to do it is by donating to the defense fund. That's the best way to do it. Mark tweeted again, it bears repeating. Engaged experts don't act on their own. They follow the instructions of the engaging party and provide constant updates. If the expert changed the data in real time after Whiffen testified, it is hard to fathom that Brennan was not aware what was happening in real time, right? Brennan was like, we were surprised to get this report on whenever it was May 8th. We were surprised. Yeah, I don't think you were surprised. No. You were probably, he lies in open court all the time. He needs to be called out on it. Thank you, Karen C. Can't imagine how stunned Karen must be. PM, can Karen's team hire a genetic genealogist to test the other contributors? Again, yeah, I know the investigative work is solving a lot of money. It's the money. Money is the issue. Money. And all of these experts are now would be late disclosure. They have a lot of experts. We haven't seen the reports. We don't know exactly what they're going to testify to. But we'll see what they've got lined up. Lori, thank you. FBI is under a new administration. Yeah, I do stay away from politics. Thank you. Because I'd like to add still live from the game portal to the playlist. Thank you. Thank you, Cora, not Chloe. Banaka spray for your throat. This is supposed to be like it's called clear voice spray, but right now the spray part, it's not spraying. So I guess I got to run it under hot water. Banaka. Do they still make Banaka? I don't know. Yeah, the defense fund is apparently hard to get to right now because everyone's trying to get there. Arthur has a day off today. Me and my wife are repainting our kitchen and listening to you. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't screw up your paint job when I screamed and it was probably a jump scare. Can you please give Ruby a shout out? And Chris, please. Chris, please behave today. Chris, behave today. And Ruby gets the shout out. I forgot. I'm going to put my volume back to normal. So adjust your volume. Okay, that's my volume now. I had to lower it for the court and I forgot to put it back up. Brenda, ARCA proved that the glass being thrown at her taillight would totally cause the damage. I really think this is possible. Hit car, she didn't know what the bang was, went into the house, and then I know they made a cannon, and I know that it was awesome, and I don't remember what the results are. Singer's Saving Grace, throat spray. Thank you. Inexplicable rulings. Bev is the prosecutor. There is no judge in this trial, says Mama Bearcat. Who is not subscribed? Hit the button. It's free. We're so close to 100. What are we up to now? 97.8. Thank you, Real Deal Around Town. Marianne, time to send me my eyes back. I'm sobbing like a 2-year-old. I'm sorry, Marianne. I wish there was something I could say to make you feel better, but right now I'm very angry too. Piney Woods just wept. Jesus wept. I can't believe I'm watching this. Bev should be censured and removed from the bench. Priscilla, thank you. Aaron says, the words I wish I could scream in Bev's face right now. Praying for Karen Reed. We ain't got no quit. Our real judge in life and the truth will prevail. Donna, thanks for your super sticker. Sandra, thank you. Solomon, Thank you. Did anyone else see the Nike check on his skull? People have been pointing that out. I didn't go back and look at the picture. Misanthrope, Buffalo Springfield is on the list. It's on my Instagram story today, too. Vi Craven. Oh, no worries. No worries at all. Kimberly, I don't understand how this hurts the defense. Wouldn't make the prosecution look bad because they are changing the timeline. No, because now they have experts that are going to testify to this. It absolutely hurts the defense because they've already cross-examined witnesses. They already have witnesses coming in to testify about this specific timeline, and every second counts. Yeah, I can't, MMG, just please rewind. I can't give you the gist. Maybe I'm behind on this chat, but no, you have to rewind. I'm really sorry. I thank you for your 5, but no, I can't. I'm more of a Alessi. It makes me sick to ask this, but God forbid she's not acquitted. Will she be able to stay out of prison while she waits for appeal? I don't know. The answer is I don't know. She's out on bail. She's been out on $100,000 cash bail for 3 years. I don't know. Norman, can the defense demand all communications between Hank and the expert? Yes, that is exactly what Mark Betterow is suggesting. Carla, free Karen Reed. His head is about to pop off. How is it possible? All tail light flew in one direction. I don't know. Jury's going to have to decide, right? Sarah says, seems like this judge is taking public opinion as a personal attack. How can she not be self-aware? This is so very sad. Well, I mean, this is all about a fair trial for the Commonwealth, right? Did you ever have any doubt? And now it's playing out that way. Tammy says, I can hear the fury in your voice in real time. I feel it. Thanks for being you. Your coverage is gold. Have a great weekend. How can we have a great weekend now? I'm outraged. Somebody said that Howie tweeted something. Well, this was from this morning, 53 minutes ago. Breaking, is Auntie Bev feuding with the jury? Earlier this AM, she admonished the jury as to how to react to evidence. Never heard a judge say such things in America. But then we're not in America, we're in Norfolk County. Now I get a tip from someone in the know who I've known for a long time. Here it is for what it's worth. Good morning, Howie. If you've noticed, Cannoni has dramatically changed her demeanor during the last several days, far less hostile to the defense attorneys, a little hesitant to automatically sustain a Commonwealth objection. This information is third hand, so here it goes for what it is. The word is that the jury sent her a note through a court officer that they wanted her to stop automatically sustaining all of the Commonwealth's objections because they, the jury, felt it was unfair. The Commonwealth's? And they wanted to hear the witness answer. Sustaining all the Commonwealth's objections, right? Because the jury, felt it was unfair and they wanted to hear the witness's answer. This information has come from a court officer, hence her change in judicial demeanor. That's it. You and I can notice how appallingly this shameless second-generation hack has been behaving, trying to save the greasy ass of her BFF, the DA Meatball Marcy. But the important thing is for the jury to realize that this is a kangaroo court, a star chamber. I hope my informant is correct. Well, we did hear from Sue O'Connell tweeting from this morning from court that one of the court officers was brought up and put under oath at sidebar. Could that be what it was? Thank you, Sarah. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict. I wish Yannetti would stand up in court and tell the judge she's biased and he's moving for her to recuse. With the press and everyone present, she needs to be called out. They're also on thin ice, so they need to be careful about what they do. Michael Pepper, another few bucks from Yvette and Michael for happy hour. Thank you. Not sure about you, but I definitely see some margaritas in our near future. Cheers. Cheers, Michael. And Yvette, thank you so very much for your support. Baba Hodge, can we add American Aquarium Wolves to the playlist? Thank you. I'm Cora, not Chloe. Hank will say we communicated on Signal. Oh, I see what you did there, and I like it. Hank No Brain, thank you for your 10. Maureen said I could try to become a member, but I can't do it from my phone. There's a link in the show notes below. And if you're on your phone and you have an iPhone, you have to go to your Safari browser and open up YouTube. It's the whole thing. Yes, I have an iPad, but that would require remembering my password, she says. Anyway, I'm subscribed. Thank you for your expertise. Your subscription is enough. I appreciate you so much. Loving each and every one of you. And I'm so grateful that you choose to spend your days with me, even when we are so crazy. So if you're on an iPhone, just open your Safari browser, go into YouTube that way instead of using the YouTube app, maybe. Mickey, bet they use Signal for the changes after crying about Signal. Right. Chris, Ingolf Turk sentencing at 2. I will stream. That is why I'm streaming. He says he thinks that's why Reed is stopped early. Yes. In fact, when I hit end on this stream, I'm going to teleport you over to the Turk sentencing. Justice for Katie McLean. I'm sure that we are going to hear from some victim impact statements. And I know that her daughter, at least one of her children, has been watching my channel. And so please, please, please be kind in the chat over there, please. There will be no tolerance for any victim blaming, shaming, or any family blaming. There will be none. Zero. Absolutely zero. I have that set for 1:45. When I hit end on this, it's going to teleport you right on over there. I have the Zoom information. I don't know if Law and Crime is going to be televising it. We need justice for justice for Katie McLean. Ingolf Turk was convicted in this exact same courtroom in Norfolk Superior Court. Judge Mark Halal is the judge. You will see what another judge in this same building can do and can be so different. How it can be so different with another judge is wild. Mark Halal is amazing. Kevin Reddington is the defense attorney for Dr. Turk. And when I hit go, you're going to be teleported over there. And I hope to see you there because a lot of the same investigators were involved in the Katie McLean murder as well. Manslaughter. Thank you, John. John, for your Venmo. Kate and I took the day off to come to the courthouse and Bev cuts out early for the Cape. Can't make it up. We're both going to get fired. Trying to stay on this jury. Kate and John, I send you all the best. Shout out to both of you for caring enough to be interested in this trial because we are all collectively outraged. FBI, please step in. We're calling you. We're calling you. Okay. I need to take a quick break. So we'll be back at 1:45. Thank you so much to the moderators for keeping it classy. You're amazing. Without you, I could not do this. I wouldn't have a channel. Please hit the subscribe button. We're almost there. 100K, I get my silver play button and I can feel cool. Lucid Visionary Girl, the truth doesn't change. Tell Hanky XO. Tell him no. Yeah, tell him no. No is an answer, Judge. That's what I tell my kids. No is an answer. But no is an answer. No, you can't. No is an answer. I love each and every one of you, and I am so grateful for you spending your day with me. Without you, I don't know what I would do. Really, it makes me cry. I love you all so much with all of my heart. This whole thing makes me want to cry. I need to take a break for at least 40 minutes while I rest my throat, have some hot throat coat tea. You're not alone. You are not alone. Not fade away, Kai. You are not alone. You are not alone. We're all here together. We're all here together. We're going to make it through. I promise you we will. Until I see you over at the other stream, buckle your seatbelts. I'm going to teleport you over there. Have a safe travels. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Please come and watch the Turk sentencing. It's in Norfolk Superior as well. I'll see you there. Peace. Buckle up, buttercups.